Madeleine, huh? You wanted this infographics. This infographics, it was prepared by the coordinators. This is just an example of what national coordinators can do in terms of support behavioral change. So we can expect more to come. This okay, good.
And it happens to be in English, so it's nice that they did it.
Okay. Super. She's on the bike tour. She's on the bike tour and should be coming, but we can get hold of her.
I could see Nicholas, who might be on the same bike tour.
Maybe if you could. Madeleine will call Nicholas, who might be on the same bike tour.
No, Thomas is also on the same bike tour,
okay.
and she left the bike tour, so she's already here at the venue, but
I'll go and see her. I'll find her.
yeah, she's here. Okay. She just needs to have the microphone set, and then we can start. Hello, good afternoon. We are going to start the session Repower EU, the power of behavioral change. In this session, we are going to talk about human things, because mobility is a human thing. Let me tell you one story. My name is Juan, and I coordinate the European Secretariat of the European Mobility Week campaign, happening these days in Brno and in almost 3,000 towns and cities in Europe and beyond. My work is to prepare these campaign materials during the year. This summer, we were preparing the video clip that you saw yesterday at the plenary with our mascot and also at the stand. And then I show this video clip to my little nephew, 8 years old. He was looking at the video, and then I asked him, "What did you see?" And then he told me, "Well, I saw a mascot doing human things." And let's not forget the human aspect of mobility. And this is what we are going to talk about today here. Together with me, there are 4 fantastic speakers to talk about this human aspect. Let me quickly introduce, you already know her, Lesia Aloyko, National Coordinator in Ukraine of European Mobility Week. Good morning, Lesia. Good afternoon, Lesia. I remember, Lesia, when I first contacted you earlier this year, I sent you a Facebook message just to ask you, how are you? Tell me you are safe, you are okay. That's everything I need to know. And I remember your answer was, I'm okay, and I'm still working. I'm not going to stop working on environmental issues, on sustainable mobility, because this is my way of fighting. So, are you ready to work today?
Yes, I'm ready. Oh, I'm quite loud. Yes, and I will gladly share the information I have and respond to the questions from the auditorium and also from the people online. And I'm so sorry being late. I was so keen to see the bicycle infrastructure of Brno, so I took the cycling excursion and I was running back to be here in time.
Leading by example, cycling and being active. Yes. Thank you, Lesia. Victoria Propenko, you are also from Ukraine, urban planner, young woman, welcome. I have a question for you. Is it difficult to work as a young woman in a world of urban mobility experts?
Yeah, good afternoon. I think sometimes it's hard, really, but I feel good about it.
Good. Melanie Schade, you are the Vice President of the EPON, the European Platform on Mobility Management. Mobility management is a concept that I guess everyone is familiar with, but for a wider audience, is it easy to explain what is mobility management?
Yeah.
Does it work? I think. Let's check. Okay. Is it difficult to talk about mobility management to a non-expert audience?
No, I think I will be able to explain it to a non-expert audience as well.
Good, thank you, Melanie. Looking forward. And together with us, Linda Gash, you are rapporteur at the Committee of the Regions of the EU Urban Mobility Framework. Do you usually talk about behavioral change at the Committee of the Regions?
Well, sometimes. Usually it's maybe a bit of a big word, but sometimes we do, yes.
Good to know. Thank you very much, the 4 of us. I will be soon with you, also with the audience, because this is going to be a session without presentations. It's going to be an open dialogue, so feel free also to raise your hand or to actively participate with a Slido. Later I will explain. But also, next to me, standing and waiting for all these introductions, is Piotr Rapacz from the European Commission. Hello, Piotr.
Hello.
And you can just give us a quick introduction about the topic, so please, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Juan, and hello everybody. It's great to see so many of you here at this session focusing on behavioral change and Repower EU and what everybody of us can do. I think we should start with the most dramatic event of the last month, so the Russia aggression on Ukraine. This event has demonstrated that oil dependency is not only the question of climate, it's not only the question of air quality in cities, but it's also a question of geopolitical stability and, the question of peace on our planet. Therefore, it's not surprising that many governments, many institutions, including the European Commission, has taken some action and put forward recommendations how we can reduce our oil dependency from Russia, on importing oil and gas from Russia. The European Commission was among them, and back in April, we have, as the Commission, adopted Repower EU package, and a part of this package was a communication called Safe Energy Communication. Transport is part of this communication, is part of the solution, and there is a big potential in reducing energy by driving less, for example, using less our cars, and taking other actions that can take immediate effect. So basically, through our personal choices, we can make a real impact. Of course, personal choices are not the solutions it's not the only solution to everything. We must, of course, go ahead with systemic changes on transforming our mobility and energy systems. However, there is a very, very big potential in what we do on a daily basis in cities and around cities. So we have calculated together with International Energy Agency that taking relatively simple and not very demanding steps can bring up to 5 million tons of oil savings per year. And those relatively simple steps are basically walking more, cycling more, taking more public transport, using your car less, taking a train instead of flying. Very, very simple things. Also, reducing the speed of your car when you are driving on a highway or even on the streets. And those effects can be really immediate. They can materialize in a very quick amount of time. On the screen behind me, you can see an example what European Mobility Week coordinator from Finland has come up with to support this idea and to recommend what everyone of us can do. So, as I mentioned, reducing the speed when driving, car-free days. We have recently had a very nice car-free day in Brussels this Sunday. Always a great success. Try to drive in more than one person in a car. This is also an energy efficiency measure. You can also decrease the temperature in the car, the AC settings. Of course, taking the bus, so let the driver drive. You don't need to drive all the time yourself, as well as avoiding extra starts, so combining different trips into one. All this fits pretty well with our urban mobility framework, so something that we have adopted last December. So it's a strategy on urban mobility of the EU. And there, within this communication, there is a prominent place for behavioral change actions. And in particular, we promote European Mobility Week. You will hear about it later today. For the first time, we also include in the Commission policy document the concept of mobility management. Melanie will tell you more about that. And of course, last but not least, there is the famous concept of sustainable urban mobility planning, which should, in principle, also cover those elements. So with this introduction, I leave the floor to the great panelists and to Juan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Piotr. Thank you. As you know, Piotr is leading the urban mobility team at the European Commission DG Move. So thanks for all your work during the whole year, but especially your commitment during European Mobility Week. We have a present for you, fresh from Ukraine. Lesia, yesterday you mentioned the initiative, Bikes for Ukraine. And I will ask you your attention because we are going to travel virtually and sustainably. And we are going to show a video on this interesting and very nice project, Bikes for Ukraine.
моменту настання широкомасштабної військової агресії з боку Російської Федерації ми в Чернігові дуже переосмислили міську мобільність і ще раз запевнилися в усіх перевагах і інколи незамінності велосипедів. Велосипед в критичний момент рятував життя. Велосипед допомагав евакуації, велосипед допомагав доставляти критичні товари волонтерам. Велосипед покращує міську мобільність в містах, які постраждали внаслідок військових дій, або там, де не працює громадський транспорт. В коаліції з громадськими організаціями з різних міст України ми заснували ініціативу Bikes for Ukraine. Ми шукаємо партнерів, меценатів і доброчинців в країнах Європи, завозимо в Україну безкоштовні велосипеди вживані, їх обслуговуємо, брендуємо і видаємо на потреби соціальних працівників, медпрацівників і волонтерів. Сотні і тисячі містян вже пересіли на велосипеди, а ми отримуємо нові і нові запити і хочемо стимулювати цю позитивну тенденцію. Підтримайте і ви розвиток сталої міської мобільності в містах України, підтримайте проект Bikes for Ukraine.
Let me give some time to the technicians. I'm sorry if you don't speak Ukrainian, you didn't understand. We have subtitles. We are going to play the video again with the subtitles, but Lesia, one question before we rewatch the video with the subtitles. Are bicycles important in times of war?
Yes, I would say that they are extremely important. Many thousands of kilometers of roads are damaged and they are not possible to use by cars, and only the way to move around often is the bicycle. On another hand, especially in the first months of war, we had real fuel shortage and the price of the fuel went up for 70%. And there were areas that it was just not possible to bring the fuel, so people had the choice, and the public transport stopped. So the choices to move around were walking and cycling. Traditionally, in the rural areas, people use bikes. They used them before the war, but in the times of war, sometimes the bicycle was just a lifesaver, and also the way to provide those in need, like elderly or disabled people or mothers with children, was first aid, like food, water, medicine, and so on.
So actually, don't remove this slide. Bicycles to move people and goods.
And goods, exactly. Right now, you will hear a bit more about the initiative we have, but the bikes are the first helpers for volunteers to bring goods to the families and to the people.
Good, Lesia, thanks for the live explanation. Now we go back to the screen and we can see the protagonist of the video, what they are saying, and we can understand with the subtitles. So this is Bikes for Ukraine.
З моменту настання широкомасштабної військової агресії з боку Російської Федерації ми в Чернігові дуже переосмислили міську мобільність і ще раз запевнилися в усіх перевагах і інколи незамінності велосипедів. Велосипед в критичний момент рятував життя. Велосипед допомагав евакуації, велосипед допомагав доставляти критичні товари волонтерам. Велосипед покращує міську мобільність в містах, які постраждали внаслідок військових дій, або там, де не працює громадський транспорт. В коаліції з громадськими організаціями з різних міст України ми заснували ініціативу Bikes for Ukraine. Ми шукаємо партнерів, меценатів і доброчинців в країнах Європи, завозимо в Україну безкоштовні велосипеди вживані, їх обслуговуємо, брендуємо і видаємо на потреби соціальних працівників, медпрацівників і волонтерів. Сотні і тисячі містян вже пересіли на велосипеди, а ми отримуємо нові і нові запити і хочемо стимулювати цю позитивну тенденцію. Підтримайте і ви розвиток сталої міської мобільності в містах України, підтримайте проект Bikes for Ukraine.
Yeah, so, thank you. And sorry you couldn't read perfectly because it was full screen. The video is on YouTube, as you can see. Now, I would like to ask you to be active, and not only by moving in an active way, cycling and walking, but also by participating in this session. As I said, no formal presentations, they already know. We don't have any formal speeches, we don't need this. We are just here to engage in a human conversation, because we are talking about human things. To kick off the discussion, we have two questions for you using Slido. So on your smartphones or on your phones, again, I guess you are already familiar with the tool. And very soon we will see on screen just two questions for you today. You already see on your smartphones. Have you ever organized a car-free event in your town or city? And yeah, most of the people here, for the moment is yes, no, half and a half. We understand the challenges of organizing Car-Free Day, Car-Free Sunday, or Car-Free Day, which officially is tomorrow, 22nd of September, in hundreds of cities in Europe and beyond. And that's why European Mobility Week takes place now. It's always 22nd of September, the last day of the week is Car-Free Day. We understand how difficult it could be to organize car-free activities. I think our speakers are also familiar with this. And that's why we prepare a small present for you, one-pager with 10 simple steps to organize a car-free day. I will present this at the end of the session. Okay, here we can see the 40 people in the room saying that most of you organize car-free activities in your city, but still not of you, and some of them never consider it. Some people that said never consider it, can you maybe, if you are not shy, share why? Is there a challenge? If you want to raise your hand, or if you want to add something, the reasoning why you answer no or more than 5 years ago. If not, we will have a chance later. I have a second question for you. What do you think makes people change their behavior? Is because worldwide events like we experience recently, pandemics, war now, is because they are aware of the environment and the climate? It's because they, or we, have to save money, so for our pockets, other reasons? Or for the personal well-being and health? I want to be fit, and then I do this through my mobility habits, my daily life. So the answer is, what do you think makes people change, not what you think you change your own behavior. So I see that most of you think that people, in general, they change their travel behavior mainly to save, main reason is to save money. So apparently the pocket is what makes us think about it. Do you, the speakers, any of you, do you agree with these results? Are you surprised with the results of the survey? Someone wants to react on this? Do you agree that the main factor to make changes in behavior is money, is economic? Linda?
I think, oh, now it works. I think that saving money is a big point, but personally I would say that worldwide events, they force you to change your behavior. Because if there's a pandemic and there's a lockdown and you can't go out, you just don't go out. So I would guess that the amount of people changing behaviors due to worldwide events, if they happen, is higher even than those that care about the money in their pocket.
Maybe the worldwide events helps you change your behavior temporary, but not permanently. Is this the audience agree? Do you think this more temporary thing? You can raise your hands if you think yes. I see some nodding faces. Yeah. Don't be shy to raise your hands. We don't have any more questions for you on Slido, but if you have questions for us, you can type them or you can raise your hand as Gert from the wait here, because we need a microphone for you from the International Federation of Pedestrians. Gert has a question to share with all of us. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Juan. I'm a bit amazed by this outcome. I mean, if saving money was the most important thing, I mean, we would not all be driving cars. I mean, that's so crazy. I mean, cars driving is definitely not the cheapest way to get away around somewhere. Actually, I answered others. I mean, if we're talking about behavior, you kind of choose which kind of mode you're choosing. The behavior that influences, I think, most of us is what are the possibilities. I mean, if the city is built for cars, I'll take my car. If the car is waiting in front of my house and if I can park easily in the center of the city, then I'll take my car, especially if it's unsafe to cycle, if it's unsafe to walk, if it's unpleasant, if there is no public transport. So, but if the city is built so that it invites you to walk, to cycle, then people, that's what influences the behavior. And that's what we are seeing now in a number of cities. In Paris, in Brussels, in Bogota, in New York, wherever you look around, if the city is kind of nudging you or inviting you to some certain behavior, that's what you're going to follow. And then the money and things like that and worldwide events play less of a role, I believe.
Thank you, Gert, because that was my first question for Linda. What can local authorities do to promote behavioral change? And if you are coming from Luxembourg, representing Luxembourg City, so if you have a good example also from Luxembourg.
Yes, well, I think it was already said, the answer was already in the room. Thank you very much for that. No, but it's true. I think, I mean, local and regional authorities, they have to create opportunities for citizens so that it's easy to do the sustainable choice. But at the same time, of course, they need to be able to create these alternatives, which is not always easy, which is also where they need help from the EU, let's say, just to throw that out in the room a bit.
Why is not easy? Why is not easy to implement these changes from the local level? They need help from the EU, you said. Other barriers?
Yeah, I mean, it depends, of course, what you're talking about. I guess creating a safe cycling infrastructure should be quite easy money-wise. At least it's much less expensive than to create car infrastructure, but still it needs time, it needs planning, it needs organizing it, and of course you still need money, and you need a bit of support, best practices, so I think also the EU can work together there to make it happen. And maybe just to answer to your second part of your question.
Yes.
So in Luxembourg, where I'm from, we have free public transport in the whole country since February 2020.
And does it help to make people change their behavior?
I guess people that have always driven still drive. I don't think it makes people who have their old habits change their behavior, but I think it's really interesting for the people, young people that grow up that are not very much interested in owning the car because the bus and the train is for free and they get mostly everywhere they need to get for free. So I think it's a bit, it doesn't change the behavior fast, but I guess it creates the opportunity, it shows what is possible, and in that sense it's really interesting.
You are also opening a hot topic, is the power of free of charge public transport, because there is also a debate on it. But coming back to the topic of the session, the power of behavioral change. By the way, I invite, we can already remove this from the screen. and we can put a Slido, the empty Slido, for your questions. But I see you are already active with hands, so please, could you have a microphone and introduce you quickly yourself and ask your question? So, yes, we have one question here, and then one other question there behind.
Yeah.
Please.
I think the thing about the crisis, there's a quote saying, "Don't waste a good crisis." Because in London, we did lots of work to try to make more cycling. What really helped was a bomb on the underground. Then people didn't want to go on the underground, and they went much more cycling. So the same with the crises. What would be impossible, all these pop-up cycle lanes, if you're clever, you keep them. And it's making that big impact to make those changes to be long-term. That's, if cities always have things up their sleeve, up to plan, and using the opportunity to make it more acceptable. Things are acceptable now that wouldn't have been 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Thanks. I see we have a very active audience. Don't hesitate to keep on raising your hands, please, very quickly. Another question or comments? Go ahead.
Yes, it's Utku from the Metropole of Amsterdam. I was really wondering, like, I answered saving money at the previous question, and the reason is that I agree with you that offering all these alternatives do create some behavioral changes, but I think if you have to pick one, it's still saving money. To compare, I would say, look at the price of cigarettes. The best measure is raising the prices, and then people will quit smoking. So I think that's also a way to look at, I mean, of course, mobility is much more complex, but still the dominant one should be money, I think. So great that there's free public transport in Luxembourg. Thank you.
Let me take your question back to the panel. Do you think we should apply, or we could apply, some strategies from other sectors, like the anti-smoking campaigns in the mobility and the urban mobility behavior? Do you think some strategies like raising the price of cigarettes or banning adverts on TV could be a part of the solution? It's a difficult question. Melanie, brave enough to answer this question.
Do you hear? Yeah, it is a difficult question, but I think what the auto industry has shown us, the car industry, is how to really make advertisement and how to make a mode of transportation really attractive. So I think there's a lot to be learned from that sector.
Thanks. I saw also Robert has a question, and Pedro, so please, very quickly, we have microphones here, microphone there, and I see on the screen you also have a question from Cosmas. Oh, it disappeared very quickly, sorry. And Caro and Stix will still need it to incentivize and reward behavior change. Yeah, Cosmas' question is here, is willing to actually support the Ukrainian cities. What kind of support is priority for you? This is a question for you, Lesia, and for Victoria. I mean, what kind of support is a priority for you, Lesia, if the CiviNet is willing to help you? Bilaterally or later? Yeah, perfect.
Speaking about the bikes for Ukraine
many questions coming. Sorry, I'm ignoring for the moment a bit the Slido theme, but I see that the conversation is becoming quite organic here in the room. Sorry for the people following online as well that I didn't say hello, for people following us on the web stream on YouTube. Robert, please, you have a question or a comment.
It's a comment, and I would like to go back to the gentleman who spoke at the first place. I think it's important to work more on the push side, not only on the offer side, but if we don't want to have a kind of behavior, we have to push it back. So it's important to make driving in cities uncomfortable. But this needs brave politicians. And I think this is the secret. On the one hand side, you push back what you don't want and pull what you want. So offer on the one hand side and make it less attractive to drive a car. That's what is needed. But I think this is mentioned also from Anonymous and from several other people.
Very quickly to Linda, do you meet a lot of brave politicians in the Committee of the Regions ready to take the step?
I was actually surprised when I worked on the urban mobility framework that a lot of politicians and different parties, different wherever they're from, that a lot of politicians are brave and want to make the mobility transition happen. But then, I mean, to say we make car driving uncomfortable is not something we say so much as politicians. We prefer to say we make it easier for cars to get out of the city and have their dedicated lines and make cities more livable. Because what we notice is you need to, if we say you need to provide an alternative, you also need to provide an alternative to your citizens. If you only tell them we make it uncomfortable for you, you might not get elected the next time and be able to implement the policies that would actually make their lives better.
And I saw also Pedro had a question or a comment, please.
Can you hear? It's more of a comment. Yes, I'm Pedro from Polis. You know, I think that when we discuss behavior change and attitudes that people have towards sustainable mobility, the first thing that we have to keep in mind is that all these attitudes and expectations towards urban mobility have been shaped by millions and billions of euros poured into marketing by the automotive industry over the past century, where having your own car is a sign of success and status and freedom and virility. And so we have to deal with that, and we have to understand, and that's why people react so crazily, you know, when you say that you cannot bring your car to the center or that you're going to take the parking spaces away. It drives them nuts because it goes straight to how they see themselves and what they are. So we have to keep that in mind. And on the other hand, we also have to learn from marketing. I think that we often make a lot of mistakes when we discuss behavior change and sustainable mobility. I mean, marketing is the experts in behavior change. They make you buy stuff you don't even need. And we should learn from them. And there are two very brief things. I mean, one of them, and we do it the other way around, and it's wrong. One of them is marketing starts by segmentation. There's no consumers. There's different segments of consumers. And we talk about people leaving their cars. It doesn't work like that. You need to target specific segments. And then they don't sell to the consumers that are furthest away from making the purchase. They look for the easiest clients. And so rather than trying to get the lawyer or the doctor to not bring their car to the city center, we should be working with people who are completely ran out of money and are car dependent. And how can we, those are closest to making the switch, for example. That's it.
Pedro, you're right. The car industry knows very well how to use marketing, how to sell emotions. When you look at the adverts, they don't describe the technical characteristic of the cars. They talk about the way you can wave your hand through a window. I don't know if you remember that advert. So the language and the marketing is also an important point. And that's why I said at the beginning, we are going to talk about human things. At the end of the day, everything is about emotions, right? So you move people with emotions. I see another hand raised here, so please. And then I will quickly go back to the panelists, please.
Thanks. My name is Christian Drakovic from the Austrian Ministry for Climate Action, and I want to start with a citation from a mayor of a Latin American capital. I think it was the mayor of Bogota, who said in a video message at the International Transport Forum Leipzig, he said, a developed country is not a country where everybody can afford purchasing his own car and driving it, but it's a country where the wealthy deliberately choose to ride on public transport. So I wonder if we have developed countries in Europe, or how many we have. But the thing is, for behavioral change, we talked about nudging and even some coercive measures. We forgot two dimensions. It's the convenience dimension, and it's also the accessibility. And in Austria, last year, we made an experiment. Actually, it's a real-world experiment with access to public transport by introducing a flat rate ticket for 1,000 euros. That's a bunch of money, but for 1 year, you can ride anything that drives in Austria from any place to any place, including the so-called high-speed, long-distance trains. I think this has brought about some change because it's easy for people. You don't have to mess around with ticket systems anymore, with tariffs and so on. And so this accessibility and dimension greatly encourages also usability for the people, and this so far has not yet been brought up into the discussion. And it's a convenience aspect, of course.
Sorry, you mentioned this experiment in Austria last year.
Well, I call it experiment, but it is, the thing was, a climate ticket has been introduced, that's the name. It's a plastic card that enables you to, for free ride of any public transport all over Austria, in any city, for any destination, including long distance.
It's true that you mentioned the difference in different countries. I see some other people want to say something. Yes. Let me quickly go back to the panelists, because you mentioned the differences in the different countries, developing countries. Even within Europe, the context could be very different. When I'm preparing campaign materials for the European Mobility Week campaign, I always have to take into account, the team, we also have to take into account the cultural differences, the relation that they have with local media, maybe the language they use in one country is not exactly the same in the other, but we also have here an example from Ukraine. So we are talking in general about what things, what ingredients we need to let people experiment, because I prefer to use that word instead of changing their behavior. But during a wartime in your country, you are the coordinator of the European Mobility Week campaign, and still we see cities in Ukraine that are participating in the campaign. They are organizing European Mobility Week, doing the work. How easy or how difficult is to promote sustainable urban mobility and behavioral change during a war?
You know, if I would say that it's easy, that will be not the truth, because for the municipalities now on the list of issues, there are so many priorities of supporting the internally displaced people, those who move from the east, or supporting the people who, because of shellings and bombings, they lost part of the house, or they need to cover the roof, or they need to change the glass in the windows. There are many priorities in the agenda. But I also shall say that the cities that already for years had the European Mobility Week events, not only in improving the infrastructure, but also organizing these awareness-raising events, they are trying their best still to do it. And what I also can say that this year mobility events, they got a bit another focus. So for example, the bike rides or meeting of cyclists, they often make campaigns to fundraise. And so using the cycles and also the European Mobility Week for fundraising. And the fundraising might be, you know, just for a family that lost the father, or, you know, group of people that need help. So I like this idea that the bicycle is used and promoting sustainable transport goes hand in hand with some other topics that are important in the country.
Now that you are talking about fundraising and using the campaign to help, it relates to the question that Cosmas from the CVNet Greece and Cyprus asked you. How can you, or which are your priorities? How they can help? Maybe you have a quick answer now, or maybe you want to follow with him bilaterally.
Yes, I think speaking wider, the 3 points of helping the city, helping Ukraine might be helping with the bikes that the people can move around. I will talk about this later. Yesterday I have mentioned that we have lost, the cities have lost a lot of their rolling stock. So maybe there are in the cities, in your cities, some rolling stock that is not anymore used, needs a little repair and might be handed over to Ukrainian cities. It's also the wires for the trolleybus tram systems. And I think even most important is to expert support, collaborating, and rebuilding the cities in a new, modern way when there is a lot of public space available for people. So going away from the Soviet type of planning the cities and applying the modern approaches when pedestrians, cyclists, public transport have the priorities and less priorities given to the cars, as Robert mentioned also, just trying to push out the cars from the cities. And expert support is also very, very welcome. And Cosmas, thank you for asking and proposing.
We stay for a while in Ukraine. Victoria, you work in a project called U-Cycle.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, I work with U-Cycle. That means Ukraine Cycle is the largest Ukrainian non-for-profit membership and expert organization focused on promotion cycling as sustainable and safe urban transportation. And we exist about 15 years, and since 2011 we are members of European Cyclist Federation. And what we do, we advocate cycling at the national and at the local level. We work with capacity building of cycling SCOs network and activation in local communities to advocate cycling on local level in cities and communities. We share knowledge and the best practices among activists, and we do urban cycling and road safety promotion. And a week before the war, we had a strategic planning for 3 years, and it was ambitious goal for Ukraine and for Ukrainian cities to develop cycling tourism, and improve traffic safety. But a week later, full-scale innovations took place, and our team and our activists started volunteering on their community. Some of our colleagues and activists joined the army, and the first 2-3 months were about resisting for us. And in April, in response to mobility challenges and requests the volunteers, we started campaign Bikes for Ukraine to increase the mobility Ukrainian volunteers. And we'll talk about this later. And about behavioral change. Now in Ukraine, many volunteers, military, displaced people who didn't use bicycle before now have access to them. And many of our people, especially women who have temperate homes in beautiful cities around the world, they now getting this experience. And obviously many of them, after return to Ukraine, will have a request for comfortable cycling infrastructure, because the lack of cycling infrastructure now. We have a small percent women cyclists, for example. It's about.
I see it's very complete, the project, many aspects.
Yeah.
I see something we have in common, young people. We use our smartphones to take notes and to look. So, I forgot actually to say that together with us is also our young rapporteur today, Isabel Cunha, is taking notes there. Hi, Isabel, and she will report back in the plenary tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So, Victoria, let me ask you, as a young professional, what can you add in as a young professional to sustainable urban mobility planning? Correct me if I'm wrong, you work on the SUMP of some Ukrainian cities?
Yes, it was like a part of my professional experience. I worked with transport models for some cities in Ukraine, like Mariupol too, and with SUMP. And what I understood for me is that I like work not only with mechanical, not only with models, with computer, but with people. And I think our focus as young professionals and not young need to be not in mechanical understanding of our cities, but on people's needs. And we need to do our work for people and understand what do we want and how we can help them.
Great, yeah. I think it's really connected with the topic of the session, right? It's the human aspect of urban mobility. I promise you I will come back to the questions from the audience. Still relevant for the panel? No? Any questions from the audience? Good. I can see still a lot of activity on the Slido. I'm sorry. I'm completely ignoring it because I'm not good at listening, reading at the same time. But if you are not shy, you can raise your hand. Otherwise, I will go back to it because we still have 20 minutes to finish the session. And Melanie, at the beginning of the session, you told me that it's not that difficult to explain the concept of mobility management. My question is, can behavioral change be integrated in mobility management?
Yes, definitely. So behavioral change is a big part of mobility management. So mobility management is a concept to promote sustainable modes of transportation, like walking, cycling, public transportation. And it's also to manage the use of cars to get people and travelers to change their behavior and also their attitude towards different modes of transportation. So mobility management at the core is about information, communication, but also to coordinate actors in the transportation sector and also to put together different services into like travel chains so that it's a real alternative for using a car. So yesterday, for example, in the panel we heard about walking, cycling and public transportation. So mobility management would then come in and put it together into one seamless transportation option. So it's basically a glue which puts together different modes of transportation and really helps to produce viable options.
Let me, now that we are talking about mobility management, let me make a quick announcement. We are during European Mobility Week. Right after the campaign, towns and cities organizing European Mobility Week will be able to apply for the European Mobility Week award to show that they were the best in raising awareness during this week. And this year, for the first time, we will have an award on mobility management. It's called the Mobility Action Award on Mobility Management. It will be an award for organizations other than cities that are working on mobility management, because the European Commission wants to, we are trying to increase the culture of mobility management. When you organize an event, a concert, we're also talking about the daily commutes, working, school, universities, you also have to think about the way people are moving to your event or to work. Any questions from the audience? Otherwise, I would like to pick the question from Slido, from Ilse. We talk a lot about public transport and human movements, but what about urban logistics and freight? It's true, the name of the Urban Mobility Days, the theme is moving people and goods more sustainably. So, question for the panelists, also here in the audience, what do you think we could make to make urban freight more sustainably? Linda? How can we move goods more sustainably?
It's also a big part in the urban mobility framework is about also moving goods more sustainably. And when I tried to familiarize myself with the subject, I found that we talk a lot, when we talk about moving goods more sustainably, we talk a lot about new technologies, what can be done with, I don't know, drones, things like this. And sometimes we forget the technologies we already have. There are great examples about cargo bikes, electric cargo bikes, that come around quite faster in these cities that amazingly have pedestrian zones where cars don't get in and can do deliveries there. And I think when we talk about moving goods more sustainably, of course, it depends on the amount of goods and where you want to move them to, but I think we shouldn't forget the easy solutions that already exist and then make the frame, make the infrastructure work for them. Because, for example, for cargo bikes, you need places where they can, you need, let's say, hubs where you can get the goods, load them on the bikes, all of this, but it's not so hard to do. There just needs to be also a shift in mentality.
Quick question for, I see some support in the audience. Quick question for you, for the audience. Have you ever used a cargo bike? Raise your hands. And here in the panel yourself as well? Have you ever? Yes, so you talk about experience. Yes, Lesia? We can hear you now, yes.
Young woman from my city. She's 18 years old and she's very environmentally conscious. So she decided and initiated using cargo bike to pick up plastic and glass from the people who only start to change their behavior and start to separate the waste. So she used her cargo bike, goes around the city collecting the waste, and I think she shows a good example how the bicycle might be used differently, also not just moving yourself, but also moving goods.
I see another, yes, questions here? No? Yes? Oh, I see a hand there. And then, but in the meantime, let me take the question from Slido. It's true that we are focusing on young people. We are in the European Year of Youth, but how is it possible to reshape people that are older than 60 to change their behavior after 30, 40 years driving their cars? Do you have an answer to this question, Linda?
If I may. Sometimes I feel that the people that are 60 plus are more interested in change than the ones that are, I don't know, between, let's say, 30 and 60 and have their habits and want to stick with them. Why I'm saying this is my grandmother recently decided she wants to go by bicycle. She didn't drive a bicycle for 20 years and we were all a bit worried, but because she read a book about leaving the world in a nice state for the future generations, and it's something she deeply cares about. And I think 60 plus, maybe we shouldn't underestimate also the willingness of that generation to leave a world behind that is nice for the generations to come. At least for my grandmother, it's that way, and I think for a lot of people that are in that generation, it's that way.
But isn't technology a challenge? For example, when we are talking about sharing systems where they have to use smartphones and so, it's not a challenge for people plus 60?
I mean, it needs to be easy to use. That's also what the audience already said before, is that the easy to use, for example, of public transport, it's what it needs for people to change. It needs to be easy to get a ticket, to know how to take the bus, where to get in, all of this without needing to use an application, because probably that change you don't want to do it anymore. But I really don't think it's impossible. I think that, yes, we shouldn't underestimate
We just
people.
need to make the good connections, as the theme of the European Mobility Week campaign, make the better connections. We have 3 questions in the audience, so sorry, I will go in order. So let's start from there, please.
Is this working? Okay.
Yes.
imagine, so there's a war on talent, right? Imagine you're 23 and you just graduated from engineering or IT, your most wanted profile. Almost every company where you could work will offer you a company car with a company card to tank and fill up your gas. And you are the person who is supposed to design the next sustainable mobility system. Isn't it a little bit cynical? Are there not like many possibilities we could change easier? Thank you.
I see the company car opened a bit of reactions. While you are having your microphone, Melanie has a question, an answer probably to this question, and then here in the audience. So please, the mic here. Melanie, go ahead.
Well, I more have a comment on it. Like in mobility management, one big part of it is mobility management for companies, and that also gets at that. So to provide options and to look in the company, where do my employees come from? Where do they get to work? How can I reduce the single car use with all different measures? So, and I think there are a lot of countries in Europe who are using this tool and having mobility management plans for companies.
And announcer, a reaction also from here, from the audience, please.
I just wanted to mention how in Belgium we do it now, still too many company cars, but there's also something called the mobility budget implemented now, which employees can then use for a company car or a lease car, but also can use it, that's for bike leasing, for public transport, shared mobility, use that as a budget, but also can use that for example, if they work from home or live close to work, to pay their rent or down payment from their house from, because not moving is also a mobility solution. And then only in the last step you have, you can get the money paid in cash too, but then you pay a lot of taxes on it, like 50%. So in Belgium we already have that framework. I don't think company cars should be included in that, but that's my personal opinion. But I think that is one of the great tools that we now have, where also there is a business model for mass behind that, because you're not reselling tickets, so that also creates opportunities. And I think if we can extend that to the whole of Europe, you can provide mobility solutions to those, to attract employers without having to go into the car, giving a fancy car to it.
Thank you. Another topic, I think. Another question, please.
Yes, I wanted to come back to the question for how to reshape for people 60 plus.
Mm-hmm.
And I have heard two recommendations which I want to share. The first one is to best reach them with flyers at doctors, because there they will always read it. And the second thing is to focus on the social aspect, because in a private vehicle you're not talking to other people, but on all the active modes usually you get more in contact with other people, and especially for this generation it's usually a really important thing what they want to do. So I think it's two factors how you can change their behavior, or how they see that they want to change their behavior.
So it's also awareness on health and well-being, not only on the travel habits. We also have a question here, and then I go back to Gert.
I'm Jochen Schneider, EIB, Jaspers. I feel compelled to say something because I belong to this not so small group of 60 plus. And it's very nice to be addressed with the flyer at the doctor. Much appreciated. But I can tell you what is more effective, also for those who have been using their car, who own a car, since the period that was mentioned. I said this anonymously, carrot and stick. It's stupid, You may say many things about mobility management and so many other good things, which are good, okay? But you will not use your car only in this, age group, and probably also in younger age groups, if you're obliged to, okay? I'm living in Brussels, and since, making it really difficult to have parking, very simple, it's stupid. to have parking in the inner city area. And since we have the chance to have access to public transport, we do use public transport systematically when going to the city. And I can tell you one thing, if the city of Brussels was courageous enough to enforce the 30 kilometers per hour speed regulation, I can tell you then you have many more people who will quickly see that it's damn expensive and quite dangerous to use the car. So I'm saying this because we should, in view of all of the necessities to speak about novelties, not forget the quite, let's say, conventional stuff, carrot stick, push and pull. I still think this is essential. Yeah. So I needed to say this because I felt so compelled.
Of course.
By the flyer.
Thanks. You also mentioned something very important, is the famous 30 kilometers per hour limit, but probably is one of the first measures necessary to carry out awareness raising campaigns and many other measures towards sustainable urban mobility. Linda, you wanted to react on this?
I just wanted to quickly add something. I mean, as you all see, 60 plus is not that old. So I think when it comes 10 or 20 years after, well, also, I mean, at some point, people are not fit anymore to actually drive a car. And it's at some point in the age, if this is the habit they had, and if we created cities where you can't actually get by foot to a supermarket or have easy access to public transport, the thing is also that then we have created a place where we exclude people starting a certain age up. So I think if we look at it that way, we also need to really create or think about cities in a way that they're the most exclusive possible for people who are not using, I mean for everyone that's a citizen, for those who want to use a car, but especially for those who don't want to use it or can't use it anymore or not yet.
Gert, you also have a question, and it's going to be one of the last questions because we are coming to the end of the session. Time is running. Gert.
Well, also as a 60-plus guy, I would like to comment. And Linda, thank you very much. I mean, we're not so stubborn as we sometimes look like. So yes, I mean, you can convince those 60-plus people also by just inviting them to the right mode, which I want to mention. But on the other hand, I would like to say ignore us a little bit. I mean, we are kind of, we have been kind of managing a little bit too much your cities and we destroyed them partly for you. So, I mean, look a little bit at the young people and see what they want to do. And I mean, look at your 60 plus, look at your kids and see how they move with mobility. And I think, I mean, there are fantastic initiatives from their side. I mean, they're not this kind of 18, I need my car to have my mobility, because there is other ways given there. So concentrate on the younger people, and you're absolutely right that those 30, 40, 50 people might be the most difficult to reach.
Thanks, Gert. I think I'm going... Yes, Lesia, you want to...
At the very end.
Sorry, I didn't see that hand. Before we go back to a Slido, thanks for being so engaged and active here on site, and thanks also people following on YouTube and submitting questions on the Slido. Please,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
very much. My question is just a follow-up from what the 60-plus people were talking about, and it goes to the very young users or participants in the public transport, and I'm talking about kids from the age of 4 to 10, when they're old enough not to be dragged around or carried on bicycles. So how can we propose behavior types to these young participants in our transport system so that they already have the opportunities and possibilities to choose alternative and active mobility? Because it's quite difficult for this age group, 4 to 10. And we are somehow ignoring them, and this is our chance to already set behavior types which are centered on clean and sustainable mobility. So thank you.
Thanks for your question. Does someone wants to react in the panel? No, I would like to quickly, I'm sorry that the last questions, they will have to be treated very, very quickly. Probably one of the questions on the Slido can be used to wrap up the session. Will only education and awareness raising campaigns be enough? In other words, does our work make sense? I mean, do I need to find another job? Because this is basically my job, right? To organize awareness-raising campaigns and to help people to doing it at local level. Maybe we can do a very quick round on this question. It's awareness-raising campaign the only or the main ingredient for people to change their behavior, or as I like to say, for people to try new ways or more sustainable ways of moving? Who wants to start? Linda, you want to answer to this question first?
Is it working? Yes. So I think, well, will it be enough? No, I don't think so. But I think awareness-raising campaigns, education are really good to show the alternatives. You mentioned the car-free day in Brussels, which is great. You see people walking, cycling. There's
Sorry, I mentioned the
celebrating.
car-free day everywhere, not only in
Yes.
Brussels. It's taking place in hundreds of cities tomorrow as well.
You mentioned, yes, you mentioned it everywhere. I was thinking about the one in Brussels, that's why. No, what I want to say is it's good to show alternatives, but I don't think it's enough. And I mean, as we talked about behavioral change, there's also some things we haven't talked about yet. Coming back to also the beginning with the saving money, we are still also financing CO2 emitting transport quite a lot. It's heavily subsidized, we don't have a kerosene tax. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of ways too where we have to push on that side, and then at the same time developing the alternatives, and then I think with awareness and education it would be a whole.
It's not a question of putting the resources in one place, but removing them maybe from the other, right? Or rebalancing. Good conclusion. Melanie, your conclusion, your answer to this question, and anything that we forgot to mention about mobility management as well?
I would agree that education is not enough. So mobility management plays a big role. So as Piotr said, it's now in the EU document, and we at the European Platform on Mobility Management talk on the national level how we can push the concept and help the change through mobility management. And I think it's a concerted effort between the EU national levels and the regional level and municipality, and also different sectors have to be involved, like we talked about corporate companies or schools. Like it's a lot of actors need to be involved in order to make the change.
And Melanie, as someone from the European Commission once said, European Mobility Week is one of these few projects where you can see really the excellent cooperation between European, national and local level. Lesia, you can confirm, I think.
Yeah, I just absolutely agree that education shall be there, and I think it's a very good auditorium to work with are the scholars and the schools. And if I speak about Ukraine, I think we do not educate the children in schools enough yet. So I think that's it's a great place to make an effort, and we started this project Bikes to School. So I think first come the education, but also then the infrastructure also should follow, that, you know, people, women, children feel safe biking and not taking other transports. I was just referring very quickly to this questions, what makes you take the bike? Yes, I was a bit surprised. Exactly, so we talk about the climate change so much, and only so little % of people decided to pick that option. And I thought that well-being goes on the first role, not the saving the money. So maybe we need to rearrange also our messaging to people, putting the saving money now in these conditions on the first row while promoting cycling.
Yeah, well, we're talking just about impressions here in this
yeah,
humble room,
it's,
this group
I think,
of people.
quite representative auditorium.
One last question, Victoria, is the question from Slido. Do you think that education or awareness-raising campaigns are enough to promote behavioral change?
I think it's not enough, but it's very, very, very important to do educational through schools, as say Lesia, and I know that after educational events in school, when we teach children how to drive in cycle safe, they at home can teach their parents and grants, and it's a good opportunity to change behavior of adults by teaching children
as well.
in school.
Yeah. Thank you very much, the four of you. Please give a big warm applause. Also, this applause is for you, for being so active. I will ask my colleagues to show on the screen the surprise that I promised to you, but in the meantime, I have an important announcement to make. To raise awareness, we have the help of our mascot that is missing. We lost him yesterday, so if you, by mistake, someone took the mascot as a goodie, please give it back to the stand, because I need to travel back safely and sustainably with us. It's an important announcement. Yes, indeed, we miss our mascot. And I told you that we prepare one-pager, 10 steps on how to organize a car-free day, because the feedback that we get every year after car-free day is that from people and also from organizers, they say, but we want more and more car-free days and not only once a year. It's a kind of special event that needs some preparation. And to help you, we produce this one-pager. It will be published tomorrow, coinciding with World Car Free Day. You can find it on the website mobilityweek.eu, and then you can follow the simple steps on how to engage everyone and how to make a successful Car Free Day. Above all, you know better than anyone else how it works in your local context.
Juan,
Lesia,
can we show just one slide from the
Yes,
presentation?
we also had a couple of images from Ukraine that you already saw yesterday, some images in the plenary, but we have other ones that we are going to share before we invite you to have lunch.
Yeah,
with,
quickly, I would like again to mention this initiative that several NGOs have to ask about supporting us for the collecting bikes or donations for bikes in Ukraine, and we can go on with the slides. I just wanted to, the purpose you see, provide better transportation, better mobility means for those who are in need. We can go on. The impact is huge. Because the situation is very harsh, and really those who already received the 419 bikes, they use them every day, helping more people. Yeah, these are the figures. You know, the need is still very high. So how do we collect the needs? We have a Google form, and we promote the campaign, and for us now the most important is to provide bikes there to the areas that were heavily bombed or, you know, they got shellings, and really the bike is the first and often the only transportation need. So we have requests from all around the country, but we are really concentrated on the east, north and south cities that are still under attacks. Yeah, just one lady showing you. We mentioned it's Svetlana and her dog Jacques. So we mentioned volunteers helping elderly, disabled, but also I didn't mention that there is a big problem with the cats and dogs, that sometimes people escaping, they have 10 minutes to leave their house. Unfortunately, not all of them take their pets with them. So this lady already, using this bike for 1.5 months, she already provided 1,450 kilograms of food for the animals, for cats and dogs, and she continued to use it, the bikes, for these purposes and also to commute to work. We go on? Yeah. So these are our ambassadors, and probably you will see some organization from your country on this slide. This might be NGOs, businesses, just simple, people who know neighbors or who are active in their community. All efforts matter, and there will be a QR code, I think on the next slide, that you can get more information from. So please spread the word about this initiative. We are glad to take used bikes, new bikes, donations if it is possible, and share with businesses, maybe share contacts with us. You don't have time. I know people are busy with everyday work, but you have in mind somebody that might be responsive to this. So you can just send us the contact, and we will follow up with communicating and arranging things. And I think this is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lesia. We are already over time. Dear panelists, thank you very much. Anything we forgot to discuss? Many things we have to discuss, but anything we forgot?
No, just thank you for your interest and being here with us for this session.
Thank you, Lesia. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you, everyone, joining us online. It's 1 p.m. here in Brno now, so lunchtime, and then the parallel sessions will continue this afternoon. Thank you also the Commission for organizing this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give this one to the first speaker also. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. This is a magnificent sound. I didn't expect that anyway. We'll give it 1 more minute for people to arrive, but I will already start my brief introduction for the session on access regulations. The topic we love to hate, or hate to love. It's a complex topic, but we have 5 excellent panelists that can clarify a number of issues. The definition of access regulations is are measures to regulate motor vehicular access to urban infrastructures, and that's what we will discuss at different levels, at different scales, different issues that are playing, from the physical to the digital. And as I said, we will have 5 speakers for that purpose. The logic of the session is that we have 3 short presentations. From first about parking and the Park for Some project by Patrick Aurix from Mobile 21, the project coordinator of that project. Then we move to Lucy Sadler from Sadler Consult, who will present the outcomes of the Reveal project as well as the Uarts project. And then we turn to Jayan Sagwan. He's the senior manager at Corte, and he will present results from the Uvar Exchange project. So we move from policies to regulations to digital solutions. A lot to cover. And it's a lot to cover also because access regulations are not an easy topic in view of acceptability. And that's why we also have a discussion round in the session where we invite Raluca Marian. There she is. We'll ask you on stage later, Raluca. She's Director of EU Advocacy at IRU, the International Road Union. And we'll also have the Head of Office of the Prague Institute of Planning and Development, Mr. Václav Novotný, to discuss with us how access regulations take shape in cities. We are a bit at the end of an era with regards to access regulations. There are 3 projects or 4 projects that come to an end or have ended. There's the Park for Some project and the Reveal project, active in Horizon 2020, studying how we, in the most efficient way, can link access regulations to SUMP policies. And we also have 2 projects coming to an end that were asked for by the European Parliament, European Parliament preparatory actions, UVAR Box and UVAR Exchange, where the European Parliament has asked our community to investigate how we best can digitize and best can enforce access regulations. So we'll hear about these projects all at a final stage of their work, which also brings the question to this panel and to our discussion this afternoon. How do we move on from here? How do we go from here? What are next steps? What are next steps for our cities? Next steps for our technology providers? And next steps for EU policy? And these are questions we'll all try to address. My last comment is that we shouldn't forget that there's a lot of noise there, so I'll ask the speakers to speak close to the microphone, but also that we are really trying to embed the access regulations in a bigger policy ambition as part of a bigger transition that is happening. We've heard about climate neutral cities, we've heard about the 15-minute city, but also we are really on a wave towards the phase out of internal combustion engines in Europe, as you might be aware of. Things are changing also when it comes to weights and dimensions of vehicles. So there's a lot happening in how our vehicles are are designed and proposed at European level. And these are all things that come together in the city, come together in the access regulations. So, without further ado, and a deep hope that the catering will keep a lid on it, literally and figuratively, I would like to ask Patrick Aurks, who has coordinated the Park for Sump project, and who will share the insights of 4.5 years of working on parking with 16 European cities. I will give you this microphone for that, and you have the clicker. So the floor is yours, Patrick.
Ivo? Sorry. I will introduce you for 5 minutes, I'll try, in the Park for Sump project, which ended end of August. I will be very short, so I will tell you the scope of Park for Sump, our main outcomes, and some of the recommendations in the end. In the discussion, we can deep into the benefits that are lessons learned for cities, so we then can go to the city level. So this is where Park for Sump, or where parking all starts. Every car trip starts and ends at a parking spot. Our sumps are dealing mostly with driving cars, but shouldn't they deal also with parked cars? Because for most of the time, in fact, almost 23 hours, our cars are parked somewhere. So it's either on street, like you see in the image at the left, or it's at a dwelling somewhere else. They consume really a lot of space. And comparing to the model share of cars, we see that the space is almost the double in most cities. For instance, if we have a model share of 40% of car trips, the space that is consumed by cars is almost the double. So it goes from 80 to sometimes even 90%. And beyond that, these car spots, they are heavily subsidized by our cities. There was a research long time ago in the Netherlands, so this fits for most of the Western countries, that is saying that every car spot is subsidized by 750 euros per car per year. So this is a lot of money that our cities spend on parking. This ended, of course, in a lot of problems. We know the congestion in our cities, etc., air pollution. So we wanted to have some really high ambitions with the project of Park for Sump. And the first ambition is to uplift parking management from what used to be an operational task, so looking at demand and supply, what we used to do long time ago, to a more strategic one. And here we come to the integration with our SUMP policies. So we are not dealing only with the parking of cars, but parking should be dealing also addressing new trends like e-mobility, like nodes, intermodal hubs, but also maybe bike parking. So when looking at bike facilities, we should also stimulate cycling. In fact, we want to have innovative parking management as a backbone of this SUMP, starting from achieving the broader SUMP objectives. And this is similar to the other ones in UVAR, which you will be hearing later on. So we want to combat congestion, air pollution, etc., etc. But also we are aiming at a model shift. away from the cars and more sustainable mobility, whilst parking can also generate incomes for the cities when they respend the revenues of parking to sustainable mobility. And last but not least, one final outcome of Park for Sump, which we aimed was to develop a tool by which we can make this integration into SUMP easier. And this tool is like an audit tool. We called it ParkPad, which stands for Parking Policy Audit. And here we also use parking, or we want to lift parking from what used to be an emotional topic to a rational topic. And doing this together with all the stakeholders around the table. So the ParkPad has become a toolbox for parking improvement and for SUMP integration. What did we realize finally in Park for Sump? So this is only a glimpse of what we did. Our 22 cities, because we have 16 cities, our 16 cities, they implemented in total 88 parking measures. We had 22 national trainings all over Europe, and we developed this ParkPad tool. We tested it, we developed it, and even we had 10 extra more cities that tested our ParkPad. At the stand of Park for Sump, you can go there later, there's a leaflet about ParkPad, because we brought also ParkPad into a business plan. So it will become a product, an outcome of Park for Sump that is offered to all European cities. Talking about the main measures in Park for Sump, and here I'll show you also some examples of our cities. A lot of measures were about parking management, and parking management is in fact all measures that are dealing with controlled parking. Who is allowed to park where, at what time, and for how long? This is the questions that we deal with here. In Rotterdam, you see the picture. They spread it, the parking management. There were new sectors in the cities. They increased the tariffs, and they had even 3,000 parking spaces removed in the city center. This all together with efficient enforcement by scan cars, by the use of sensors also. So digitalization makes it easy to enforce parking management. A second good practice is from the city of Krakow. And this is also a core measure that we dealt with within Park for Sump. If you have revenues from parking, you can put them in the city pot, but you can also reinvest this money into sustainable urban mobility measures. So this is what Krakow did. 69% of the parking revenues and even 100% of the parking fines, they were reinvested or ring-fenced, earmarked into other measures like public transport, like active modes, but even looking at more green in the cities. There was a increasing budget. Here you see the budget of 2020, but increased even in 22 to 21 million euros, or approximately 1 million Polish zlotys. A third core measure that we were dealing with is with parking standards. A lot of cities, they have parking standards, but most of them, they are still at a minimum level, and what we want with Park for Sump is to bring them to maximum parking standards. So this is the objective. And here you see Freiburg, one of our cities, that changed, in fact, the parking standard because by the state they are living in Germany, it became possible to have flexible parking standards instead of the old parking standard of one place per dwelling. So they decreased it, and you see there one of their developments. They had 12 in total, but the Dietenbach, they went to a parking standard of 1.8 cars per dwelling. 0.8, yeah, sorry. I have to finish, Ivo says. So I will end with an example of SUMP integration. We all know the city of Vitoria-Gasteiz, the capital of the best country in Spain. They already reduced 2,000 parking spaces before Park for Sump. But they did another 1,200 within Park for Sump, involving their super blocks. So what did they do with the money? They reinvested it in bike parking facilities and new bike shelters, in fact. And they also created new bicycle standards within their SUMP. What we also see at the right is the small city of Sint-Niklaas in Belgium. What used to be a very big parking space in concrete, it used to be the old parking place. They have plans to make it one big green area. So getting away from the heating pot, in fact, which we all saw this summer, and make it a green spot right in the middle of the city, in the inner city. So this is where I end. These are some some arguments, in fact, why all cities should deal with parking management. And these are three of our main recommendations. First is that all cities should push or continue to push to have parking management as a part of their SUMP. Second one is that maximum parking standards should be part of the toolkit for all cities, certainly those cities with urban densification goals. And last but not least, at the city level, we also want to encourage the ParkPad tool that we developed, but also other participation methods are very valuable, because we see that parking is not only a technical matter, but it's also about communicating this to stakeholders and to our citizens. And then to end, at the level of the Commission, we want to recommend that, or we want to encourage that national governments also should more support the SUMP take up and the integration of parking management into their SUMPs. This is important because we often see that national laws are often counterproductive when it comes to efficient parking management. And this is where I end. We have a stand here at the exhibition hall. You can visit us there. You can also talk to Lawrence, my colleague. He's responsible for the ParkPad. So we have leaflets on that, and we have also some copies of the final brochure with us. Last but not least, I want to announce you that when you look at our website later on this afternoon, you also find there our new topic guide in the framework of this SUMP guidelines. This will be published this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Who wants a copy of the final brochure of Park? Peter Jones is the candidate here. Here you go. There's time for one question while Lucy gets ready for her presentation. I'll walk over to you. I keep the microphone. I don't trust you. How long is it?
Valerio Giovannini from Tier Mobility, Head of Regulatory. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that the 100% of fines were invested in active and green mobility, and I wanted to know if micromobility was part of these active and green modes.
Shared mobility, micro-mobility, do we come across that?
Micro-mobility itself, it can be part, but we didn't have any cities that made use of reinvesting the money into micro-mobility. We had lots of cities that reinvested it in cycling and public transport, but not in micro-mobility. But this is a perfect option, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. We'll see more of you in the panel discussion later. And I would like to ask you to give the microphone to Lucy. Lucy will talk about the Reveal project, where 6 cities have worked on access regulations, and a great toolbox has been produced. Sorry, I'm stealing your thunder, Lucy.
Right, I'll take over before Ivo takes any more of my thunder.
Okay.
Right. Hopefully you all recognize this picture. It's from the website I run on urban access regulations in Europe. UVAs are a great tool. They're not a magic wand. There is no one silver bullet. And Bonnie and I were we were tasked with getting one single message. We realized there wasn't one single message, apart from use the Reveal toolbox when it's published in November and come to our workshop. But success doesn't come down to one thing. But having a clear vision, communicating well with stakeholder buy-in works. And importantly, enabling access, even if it isn't from the transport mode of choice. So access of people and goods still needs to be available. Right, see if I can get this to work. Can somebody, why can't I do this? Okay, why UVA? Just roll back a minute. Reducing climate and pollution emissions, either from reducing the vehicles or the emissions, reducing congestion, improving the quality of life. On the top right, you see pictures from Ravensburg and Ghent. Would we really want to go back to the main town square being a car park? No, we want it to be nice. Reallocation of urban road space is a valuable resource and is often in the past been assumed to be free for vehicle access. And it's in fairness, why should people that are acting sustainably and using less space be squashed, while those that are unsustainably with a vehicle have free space? And because sometimes carrots simply aren't enough. The majority will be persuaded by making it faster and convenient and cheaper, but often need a boot to get them to change their habits. Right, can I get it to work this time? Somebody help me? Right. I'm sorry, I'm a technophobe. Green. Where? Ah, that one. Right, okay. Sorry, the big green button, yeah, I didn't see it. Okay, this is Reveal. We put, if anybody wants my presentation, it's on the news page of our urban access regulations. You can download it already now. We put the urban access regulations into 3 categories. One is the nasty, big, nasty stick, the banning things, the regulations. Second is spatial interventions, changing the road layout. And third is pricing aspects. In reality, often an UVA is a package of measures of these parts of these building blocks combined with cross-cutting themes that we'll explain in a minute. The regulation by emissions, be it low or zero, regulation by vehicle type or dimension, above 3.5 tons, lorries, a regulation by trick type, may it be coaches, may it be logistics, may it be residents, and regulation by permit. You're allowed in to drive in if you have a permit. Or you're allowed to park if you have a permit. Each three of the types have got parking involved. Patrick will be glad to see. So it might be regulation to drive in with a permit, or it might be regulation to park with a permit, or it might be regulation to build with a permit of how many car parking spaces, or which vehicles you're allowed to use in the construction. Spatial interventions will be speed reduction. You might have change the road space to make it nicer, harder to go faster, together with a regulation for a 30-kilometre an hour speed limit. You might have a traffic filter. It might be a bollards, rising or otherwise. It might be a combination of one-way streets to stop, as we heard earlier, people driving through cities in circulation plans. Reallocating parking spaces, making it something more attractive, making it tables for gastronomy, making it parklets, making it micro sharing or cycle parking, or reallocating the road space to cycling, public transport and pedestrians. And the third aspect is road pricing. We don't see many of those, but permit costs and parking charges. Right, so I got it right this time. Yay! Right, this is our building block diagram. As you all those different individual building blocks, you'll do a mix and match, like with Lego bricks here. Some regulatory, some pricing, some spatial, gang them together with the complementary measures, which are complementary measures either to reduce any disadvantages you might unintentionally do, or make things more possible, more easy. User acceptance, public acceptance and user needs. It's important to make sure you bring people with you. Governance and finance, you can't do without that. And ensuring compliance. And ensuring compliance is two parts. One is enforcement. The other point is sharing the information, making people aware of it. Am I talking too fast? Good, because I do, and please, if I do, yell at me and tip your hands up. This is an example from Victoria Gasteiz. Where's my pitchy pictures? Thank you. That serves me right for nicking one of Bonnie's slides. It's got those, and I'm not used to them. This is an example from Victoria Gasteiz, already mentioned today. And this is their UVAR package with different coloured building blocks from different measure fields combining up to make their UVAR. And here is just a glimpse, a teaser of some of the UVARs, very different types of UVARs in our 6 cities. Very, very different types. They've been developed. It's really great what they've done. Please come and see more on our workshop, the 8th and 9th of November. The links are on our website, or go to the Reveal website. The Reveal toolkit, one of the things we're trying to do with the Reveal, or are doing with the Reveal, is the cities, we had 6 cities. We wanted to get a reveal to go, a reveal for your pocket for your new city. You're considering UVARs, you're thinking about it in your city. So how can we help you with the same way, a similar way to what we've done our cities, and get you to think about UVARs as an option? So what we've got is TRT have done this wonderful online tool that will be launched at our workshop. Is you answer a number of questions on your city, on your area, in there, and you will get a number of suggestions of building blocks that you might want to think about. And each building block will have a fact sheet explaining about it, also explaining which building blocks go well together. And the cross-cutting themes are included with the guidance. So that's an introduction. Please do come to our workshop. Have I mentioned that before? No. We're having online and real in London. Ensuring compliance was one of the... Can I just go back? Or am I No, I'm not going back. I'm not brave enough. That's Reveal. The other box, one of the other 3 UVAR projects, one's a UVAR exchange, but this one's about UVAR bots. Ensuring compliance. Drivers can only comply with what they know, or they will only comply with what they know. In communication, there are many different communication tools that are important to use as many as possible, and one important one is digital. Machine-to-machine readable. If it's in machine-to-machine readable format, it can be included in navigation tools. It can be included in your Google Maps. And that's, at the end of the day, how most people navigate nowadays, especially people like me who can't navigate. So you'll have your ordinance here. The legal tools, it might be an ordinance, it might be a traffic regulation order that makes the UVAR legal. You will hopefully be spreading the information on your website, nice, user-friendly, understandable for the population. What you should also be doing is putting it in machine-readable data, but the DataX language as a language is not friendly, it's a bit scary. So what we've done is we packaged it up into a tool to make it easy, friendly, and non-scary to put your data from your ordinance or your traffic regulation order into UVAR data machine-to-machine format. You can import the maps. You can put stuff by hand, and it'll spit it out into this DataX data. If you want any more information about how to actually do it, talk to Tito, who's standing here, because he's done it lots. And he's still alive and still smiling, so that's a good sign. So from this machine-to-machine readable data, we have it now in navigation tools. This is the On de Weg NAP for ANWB in the Netherlands, and they have already got this LEZ data from the Netherlands into the navigation tools. People have often been asked, on our website we have a navigation, but it just tells you there's a scheme in this data in this city. What we don't have is that digital boundary, and you want it in the mass products. What our project has done, which everybody said was impossible at the beginning, we've got people like Google who are currently going around asking every city for their UVAR data. We've got them to think about DataX2, and they've got a team looking at it. So if you put your data into DataX2, Google will be able to get it, and they won't come bugging at your door. So that's one. And then Europe, Single Digital Gateway is coming out, and they are going to require, by the end of 2023, information on emission stickers, and it makes sense to put information on UVARs on there as well. Right, I'll run back to this last slide. No, penultimate slide. Here's some arguments. Why should I digitize my UVAR? Greater awareness, it's greater compliance, it's greater impact, it's less enforcement work, fewer complaints and queries. So it's a win-win-win-win-win for you as a city. UVARs and navigation services will significantly reduce the resistance to people like IRU saying, we can't comply with something that we don't know about. If they know about it, it's going to be a lot easier. They're going to complain a lot less, so are anybody else coming from a larger area into your city. The service providers, including Google, they are knocking on the door of all the cities and wanting their data. I know, because they've talked to me about it as well, and they'll knock on your door if they haven't already. The Open Data Directive says that if you provide it to Google, maybe in their format, you have to do it similarly, provide it to anybody else who asks. That's more work for you. If you provide it in DataX, you do it once, you put it on your national access point, you put it on your city open data website, you put it on your national open data websites. Single Digital Gateway, it will be should have UVARs on it, and in just yet another format. However, the DataX standard gets automatically transferred into Single Digital Gateway format. So one format gets two regulations. Cities also often have their own digitalization processes, and some countries are working on the digital mirror of active regulations, so that the digital will be also legal act, and links with the METR project. And if you want to do geofencing, automated vehicles, connected vehicles, you also need digital UVAR data. So DataX2 is a single EU-wide format. UVAR Box is the easiest way to get it. And then the DataX, it'll go into navigation services, Single Digital Gateway, and the ITS. My last slide is all the links you're going to find on my website now, or together with this presentation, or it'll be on the UMD website later. Please do come to our workshop on the 18th of October. The next slide will talk about this a bit more.
Lucy, you can say that at the end of the session as well. We will recap.
Conference in November.
Yeah.
Have I mentioned a conference in November? No, I haven't. Have I?
Anyway, good. Is there any immediate question for Lucy before we give her an applause? Maybe let's do that first and then think of a question. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Any immediate questions before Jaywant gets installed? Yes, Mr. Klimke.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the very lively presentation. Thorsten Klimke from DG Move. You mentioned that cities get contacted by Google to get data on Uarts. We know that we have problems, or cities have problems in return getting data from Google, for example, on congestion. Do cities just have to hand out something to Google, or can they in return ask for something else? For example, data on their congestion data. And if they can do it, are they doing it already? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if they legally can. I know that Google didn't want to pay me any money, so I wasn't going to give them any data. Our website's free for everybody, but it's on a commercial basis, so commercial usage is paid for. I don't know. It's in the city's best interest to have their Uart in Google. So it's a bit kind of how much do you want to push it? But if you provide it in one format to Google, you have to also provide it in in TomTom's own format. So that's where the Datex comes in. I don't know. It would be good to try. They have quite junior people ringing people up, so I wouldn't hold your breath. And I think often the Google data, the big data, is often a paid-for service, and Google aren't going to pay for any of this data. So.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. So we'll take question also through Slido for the online participants, and we'll come back to that in the panel discussion later. But now we have Jayant from Corte, who will present later. Lucy, later. We'll have Jayant present the UVAR Exchange project. It's a sister project of UVAR Box that looks at the at enforcement issues, but also at issues like signposting, signage of access regulations and the like. So, Jayant, the floor is yours.
Yep. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. So my name is Jayant Sangwan, and I'm from CORT. CORT is the Confederation for Organizations in Road Transport Enforcement. We are an EU association which is representing different enforcement authorities across the EU, but not only. We also have within our membership industry representatives and other EU associations such as the IRU. We are involved in the implementation of the UR Exchange project, which, as Ivo pointed out, is a follow-up to the UR Box project running in parallel, in fact. And this is a European Parliament preparatory action, and it is being implemented in collaboration with other partners such as Panthea, Austria Tech, TRT, MapTM, Sadler Consultants, and Arbis. The overarching objective of this particular project is, in fact, to facilitate the enforcement of URs across EU, and with a specific focus on foreign vehicles or cross-border enforcement. So with this overarching objective, there are, in fact, two sub-objectives that the project is focusing on. One being to how to facilitate the communication of information to the drivers who are in the vicinity of the URs. And then, as a second sub-objective, we have the cross-border data sharing aspect, which needs to be improved so that the cities or city authorities who want the data in order to be able to enforce URs can actually have access to that data. To achieve these sub-objectives, we have implemented several different activities under the project. So for the first sub-objective, we are in fact preparing guidances on how to better inform the drivers through the VMS or variable messaging signs. So we have created a guidance for cities so that they can improve their variable messaging signs. For so another aspect, in fact, apart from variable messaging signs, we are also looking at improving the harmonization of different UR signs across EU. We've come across in the study of our project that there is a huge diversity in the type of UR signs that are used across the cities. So what we've done under the project is to develop certain recommendations, and those recommendations are going to feed into the work of a UN group, expert group, which is working on revising the Vienna Convention on Road Signs and Signals. And the recommendations that we've developed as a part of this project will feed into this work, and we'll be able to have, let's say, a harmonized understanding on how LEZ signs and upcoming ZEZ signs to some extent can be harmonized. So that is the second aspect that we are working on to achieve the sub-objective. And then we are also going to organize certain demos within the framework of the project, which I think are going to be linked to the URBox project that was mentioned before, which will leverage the CITS infrastructure in order to convey or relay the information that is available to different drivers via their online navigation systems. So these are the three main activities that we are doing to focus on the first sub-objective, that is trying to get information to the drivers who are in the vicinity of a particular UR. Then the second aspect of the project focuses on improving cross-border data sharing. And cross-border data sharing essentially to allow city authorities to have access to the relevant data that they can use in order to enforce URs. We've identified under the project that this is challenging. There are several challenges to this. The foreign vehicles data and the owner-holder data is usually not available to cities. This can be due to many reasons. There is a lack of a legal basis. There is also a lack of awareness sometimes on part of the cities about the different technical tools that may be able to facilitate this exchange of data. And there is also some sort of an asymmetry that we've observed on part of the cities where the national focal points or the national vehicle registration authorities of a member state do have access to the data, but then that does not trickle down to the cities because of different reasons. So these are some of the challenges that we encountered when it comes to the cross-border data sharing to enforce URs, particularly with respect to foreign vehicles. Now, we also looked under the project as to what could be the ways in which the data sharing could be improved. And what we try to do is look at different data sharing approaches or models that exist. We came across, of course, the authority-centric model or authority-to-authority data sharing, where different authorities can interact with each other directly to gain the access to the data that they need for enforcement of different regulations. This is something that is being reflected through the Uarts solution or a service where for different regulations, not URs, for other regulations such as the CBE directive or the EETS directive, data is being shared between member states. So we looked at as an approach. Then we also looked at the driver-centric approach where the driver of a vehicle can become the source of the data to the enforcement authority or to the city authority, who can then use it to check whether a particular vehicle is complying with a given UR or not. And this particular model is somewhat similar to what was observed during the COVID pandemic, where there were the COVID certificates which were being used by different citizens in order to showcase to authorities that they do possess the criteria to be able to freely move across EU. So we've looked into this as an approach that can be used also for the purposes of UR enforcement. And lastly, we've looked at the vehicle-centric approach, where we've considered that if the connectivity, the increasing connectivity in vehicles, as well as the evolution of some of the devices that are in the vehicle, such as the tachograph, can be used to relay the data to the authorities to be able to give them access to the data they need for the purposes of enforcing URs. So this is a snapshot of what we were doing in the project. We are also going to demonstrate under the project some of these solutions that we've studied, particularly the Uarts model is going to be demonstrated to showcase how authority-to-authority data sharing can happen. And we've tried to involve different cities such as Barcelona, Antwerp, and Rotterdam, trying to see if this can be showcased in real life a data sharing can be showcased in real life for the purposes of UR enforcement. Similarly, we are also trying to showcase by way of a simulated demo the driver-centric model, where we've tried to use different technological components and build a demonstration how the driver-centric model can be used for UR enforcement. So this is something that is going to be done in the coming months. So now I'll quickly jump to some of the recommendations as time is running out. So what we recommend to improve the enforcement of URs is, of course, in line with what was being mentioned by Lucy earlier, trying to get the information to the drivers about the different URs in their vicinity. This, I think, can be done by leveraging the work that has been done under the UR Box project, but also I'm aware that the real-time traffic information regulation has been updated now, so that also offers an opportunity to be able to facilitate the use of CITS infrastructure to relay the information to the drivers through their navigation systems about UR. So I think this is a recommendation that we have from our side. This should be done. Then our second recommendation is to strengthen the authority-to-authority data sharing model. I think we have the authority-centric data sharing model, which is being used for regulations other than URs, and I think it needs to be also leveraged for the purposes of UR enforcement. But to do this, I think there are some actions that are required. First, the quality of data that is available with vehicle registration authorities needs to be improved. It needs to be digitized, and vehicle registration authorities need to be interlinked. There is an ongoing process that could be leveraged for this purpose. The Directive 1999/37 under the roadworthiness package is in the process of being updated at the moment, where these very points are being covered. So I think that process should be supported. Then a legal basis needs to be provided for allowing exchange of data among authorities, specifically for the purposes of UR enforcement. There are some opportunities available for this as well. There is the CB enforcement, cross-border enforcement directive that is also being updated, so that could offer an opportunity. The EETS directive, which is used for electronic tolling, is also quite relevant here, and it's going to have the possibility to be revised in the next year, so that could offer an opportunity to specifically include URs there. And similarly, single digital gateway also allows us certain provisions which could be leveraged next year. Then informing the cities about how they could connect to the existing solutions is also a relevant aspect and needs to be looked at. Then lastly, and this is my last two slides, So the authority-centric model needs to be also complemented by empowering the citizens. So this is something which is very important, that there are technologies available, like we've seen in the case of COVID certificates. There is the EU Digital Wallet initiative that is ongoing. We could leverage them to allow and empower citizens to share their data, to be able to prove that they are compliant with the regulation, but also to prove that they have a certain disability and should be exempted from a UR. So this is a very relevant thing that we need to be looking at and using for UR enforcement. And lastly, leverage the vehicle connectivity and the evolving nature of some of the equipments, such as tachograph, to be able to relay the data directly to the city authorities and allow them to share, have access to the data that can be used for UR enforcement. So with this, I'll conclude. Sorry for exceeding time. We'll have a workshop on the 18th of October to showcase some of the demos. You're invited there. The information is available on the website. Thank you very much.
You can also take your seat and take your microphone with you also. Are there any immediate questions for Jayant? Any immediate? Okay, I'll come over. Or if you can come a little bit closer, then I'll hold the microphone because time is short.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Roosemarie Kramer and I'm from the Netherlands government. We work on zero emission zones in the Netherlands, zero emission zones for freight. This is really important work that you do here, especially for the enforcement of the zones. Because especially in the cities near the border, the enforcement of foreign vehicles is really important to create a fair, level playing field between domestic vehicles and foreign vehicles, especially in the freight sector. But as you mentioned, currently there's no legal basis for that, and the European Union could play a role in that. And well, from the Netherlands, we share that perspective. What would be your main advice to the European Union?
Yes, so as I indicated during my presentation, there are several options that are available for the purposes of finding the correct legal basis. As I mentioned, there is the CBE directive that has the opportunity to be updated, but that opportunity is closing somewhat. But the EETS directive, for example, there will be an opportunity to update it in the next year. I think the Commission has to provide a report by April next year. So that could be an opportunity where Uarts could be specifically added. And also the single digital gateway regulation has certain provisions which could be helpful in providing the legal basis that you're looking for. But then as I stated, that the authority-centric approach to sharing data should be complemented by allowing citizens also to share their data, and that would be on a voluntary basis that they should be able to do to showcase compliance, that they comply with the regulation, but also to showcase if they are having any exceptions applicable to them. So I think in the report that we will be producing, we'll talk about this in more detail, and we'll have actual recommendations on the changes. But for the moment, yeah, these are some of the options that I can highlight. Yes.
Please do take a seat.
Thank you.
We'll also ask other panelists to formulate their recommendations to the European Union at the end of the discussion. But I would like to welcome our two new panelists, Raluca and Václav. We will discuss your points of view now, starting with Raluca. Raluca, you have a huge constituency of professional road users, truck drivers, taxi drivers, coach drivers as well. You've been in this debate also for quite a while. How do you look at recent developments, and also how do you look at the future when we look at access regulations? Yeah. How do your members look at this? Yeah.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Raluca Marian. We represent IRU, is the International Road Transport Union. I see some of our members also in the audience, some transport operators. So our members are federations or transport operators operating goods transport or passenger transport, and we have quite various groups. It's coach transport, which is of course access to the city, but also bus and taxis which are in the city. I think for the purpose of this discussion today, the most important is that we represent the incoming traffic into the city. So this part of our activity, so the trucks coming into the city to deliver, or the coaches coming with passengers into the city to bring tourists. So when we look at Uarts today, and I heard very, very interesting thoughts today, and I have some questions, if you allow me also to some, I withheld my questions until I was on the stage, not to steal the opportunity from other participants. So when we look today, one of the most important barriers to us is the access to information. And we know that there are EU websites, there are EU projects with this information, but how can we make sure that this information comes from these websites and these projects to the driver on the road, to the operator and then to the driver on the road? And I will give you an example, and then I have a question for Lucy. So at IRU, we have a service available for our members, which is included in the membership, and it's called the journey planning. So an operator can just take one country, so the departing point, and look at the final point and check all the regulations which the driver has to comply with on the way. At the moment, we do not have city access restrictions included there. We would like to include a link. At least a link, because we can't redo the work which has been done by all these projects. So a question to Lucy. So looking at this tool, the toolbox that you talked about, how can we make sure, we know that we have direct access to these operators, either direct access to our direct members or through the federations who are our members. How can we make sure that the driver on the road knows exactly when he goes, apart from the GPS system and it's included in TomTom or whatever, how can we make sure that when they click on this journey planning, they know what to do when they go into the city? Is this link that we provide on our website sufficient for the driver on the road to know what to do?
Hello, hello, is that working? Okay, good, sorry. There's two ways. I've been talking to Carlo with the IRU about using the data from the UVAR box. So that's an opportunity. I don't know if Carlo is here. Yeah. So we've been talking to him for a number of months about using that data. The data within the UVAR box is, I don't know if we've decided what it's not all been validated by cities. It's been checked to a certain extent against our website, which is comprehensive, and we only put information on my website if it's been on the city's website or due to talking to the city. Another way, because UVAR box only has from 5 member states, you can have information from our website for all member states and all UVARs. It's not official. I would really like cities to come and give me data. I can give you my card, please do. I may have asked this once or twice over the last 10 plus years. So that's another way. The Commission, Isabel, is very desperate to get cities somehow to put the information digitized. Cities, there really are advantages to you. Please, I'm calling all cities here, please give me your card, give me your information, and we can help you get access to the UVAR toolbox and the Reveal toolbox. So please, we want to help you. We're helping you. The UVAR box is helping you now. Please take up that help that's offered.
Okay. Raluca, is that a satisfactory answer?
Satisfactory, and we can pick it up also after.
Okay.
So,
another question or comment?
Yeah. Yes, so there are two sides, and I think they came across also before in the discussion. So one side is, of course, the access of the transport operator to the information, and the other side is the need of the city to know something about the vehicle in order to facilitate enforcement and so on, which is the aspect that this EU project, which is led by Court, also looked into. On the first part, we already spoke about what Lucy's projects are offering, but we believe that the solution is not in only one tool, but there should be several, let's say, several streams of work in parallel. And another stream of work is the revision of the ITS directive. And in the ITS, so the Intelligent Transport System Directive, so it's currently with the European Parliament and the Council. And one way is to, let's say, stimulate, if not saying oblige, member states that when they create the national access points, these national access points should also centralize information on city access restrictions. So then the member states have to speak with the cities, and the cities have to provide this information to the national access points. Then, of course, the question is what happens to the information in the national access points, because there will be some black boxes with a lot of information in. Will this information be processed? Will it be easily accessible to operators like us, or always go through an intermediary who will have to process this information? But anyway, step by step, first of all, let's have this information gathered there in whatever form. It's a good start. Then looking at the last segment, which is how can we help the cities, that's also in the transport operators' interest and deficiency. Why? Because we have to comply with a lot of formalities. It's a very regulated sector. And we have a lot of things to fill in, a lot of databases to connect with, a lot of information to put about our drivers, about the types of cargo, about the types of passengers, and so on. So what would really help, and I'm looking at the Court project, but I also hear the representative of the Dutch government here. There is a wonderful cooperation between the Netherlands and Belgium, between the registration authorities. And then when a vehicle comes from the Netherlands to Belgium, and I assume it's reciprocal, but I know from the Belgian perspective, they don't need to register, because an authority would know everything about the vehicle arriving from the Netherlands with a Dutch plate. So if and that is an excellent idea coming from the court project, if through the revision of the roadworthiness legislation, which is coming next year, the proposal from the Commission will come next year, if we can have this kind of EU framework whereby registration authorities can communicate, and then further down member states make sure that the information from the registration authority goes down to the city level, because that's of course an additional layer, then everything will be so simple, and we wouldn't add an additional layer to the operator and the poor driver who has to fill in hundreds of forms, and which makes their life very difficult, because it's not only about driving but becoming experts in all kinds of databases.
Cities do not want to have to do that step. The only reason they have to require that step is there is no legal EU-wide mechanism. Where there are bilaterals, there's a kind of spider web, half spider web of bilaterals. That is a part solution, is not the solution. Cities are desperate. It's one of the very few times when cities are absolutely in harmony with the IRU. We both want this problem solved. So I hope that the Commission will take this on from after our project with the UVAR exchange. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's maybe move to Prague, to Václav, hoping that you also return to the topic of parking a little bit. So we've heard a lot to be done by cities, so designing the policies, designing the legal regulations, designing the space, and then also making sure there is this digital architecture in place, a digital layer that supports the information to the user, the road user. How is Prague looking at this? What do you see as the biggest challenges, but also your biggest achievements so far?
Thank you. I think the biggest challenge is not such a digitalization, because we have these cars with enforcement and so on. But I think to convince people that they need some changes, especially about pricing, about enforcement and so on, convince people and also politicians that it's necessary to, most of people want to or know that it's necessary to have some kind of really good parking management or some regulations, because it's almost impossible this day, because Czech Republic is post-communistic state where people is used to have many things free or so cheap. So it's really a big issue, and I think some kind of regulations from EU which we have to implement also with digitalization, because I think the one access point to price of or to an enforcement parking and to pay parking and to have some over regulations, it's really necessary to have. So
to find momentum on the political side to make decisions. Yes, Patrick, I was going to ask you. We have worked in Park for Sump with some great politicians also who have put things in motion.
Yes, but I wanted to come back to the level of the cities. When we are talking about Uarts, we are mostly talking about the bigger cities. And I know congestion and other problems are more severe there than in smaller and medium-sized cities. But when we're talking about parking management, I think it's more feasible to implement than UVAR, and it's more suited for smaller and medium-sized cities. And if I look at our own cities in Park for Sump, which were 16, and some of them were all also smaller cities, there's still, I think, if I can estimate, there's still between 10 and 20% of the cities in Europe that still don't have any parking management. And there's still a lot to benefit from if we can implement parking management there in these cities. We had two cities, Skoda in Albania, Slatina in Romania, which we could convince of introducing parking management incrementally, and this is the way that we can do it. It's very easy to do it step by step, but I don't think, and it's not an underestimation of Uarts, but I think parking management is a first step into combating congestion, air pollution, aiming at a better model split, and Uber maybe comes at a second level.
I think, yeah, looking at the reveal logic of the building blocks, I think there might be building blocks that are more easier to implement than others, or more urgent to implement than others.
I mean, we don't cover parking in detail, but we cover it in each of the measure fields. There is parking there. And I wouldn't say, okay, it's easier to do an UVAR if you've got a bigger problem. You tackle the problems that are there. But if you're talking about spatial interventions, most small towns, even villages, have pedestrian zones. And if you're talking about spatial interventions, roadside cafes, traffic blocks, those kind of things are equally small towns. And if you look at the number of traffic limited zones in Italy, there are very small cities and towns with traffic limited zones. So yes, but no, but yes, but no.
Yes, Raluca. There should be, there's only, there are 2 microphones. If you keep one per sofa, then...
better more than none, right? Yeah. So I would make the transition between the two, or the link between the two, let's say, the Uarts, the Uarts and the parking zones. And these are the terminals for coaches and the hubs for trucks. Because you're saying that's also in the broader scope of the project when you're presenting. You mentioned the terminal, so I paid attention to that. So when coaches come into the city and they bring people, they need to be well connected to the public, well, first of all, it depends on how the Uarts are set and if they have special routes where they can bring the people, if access everywhere is not possible or not allowed, or the minimum they need is access to a proper terminal which is well connected to the points in the city via the public transport, taxis, and other systems which exist in the city. So that's one thing. And then logistics. So there is, we know the aspiration of most of the cities is not to have the big trucks in the cities anymore. But then there must be a solution, because the big trucks don't go there because they like it. They go there because there is a demand. So what's the solution there? So we know that there are some examples, and some cities in the Netherlands as well, and we know in France as well, they are building hubs, and then the big trucks can go to the hubs, and then there can be smaller electrical vehicles, but of course there are unsolved problems there too. So who is paying for the costs? Who is making sure that these smaller vehicles go there? Don't we go to a monopolization of that? Because we have now companies like even the parcel companies, okay? They have their own system. If a city gets the monopoly over that, don't they interfere with the market? And they affect the current market, so how far should the intervention go? So these are still open questions.
Okay, Václav, I saw you agree with the logistics.
I agree with the logistics. Yeah. I think it's really necessary to have access regulations because of logistics, because that's only way how to convince logistic operators to switch to something than ones or trucks. And parking management, it's not only parking zones, but it's also about numbers of cars in the streets. And for example, in Prague, we have so big problems to get out cars from a street and use this public space, for example, for cyclistic path or something like that, because of politicians. They want to get out the cars. And I think parking management and access regulations could be the solution. But enforcement. I think enforcement is really, really big issue. And enforcement also through the European states, because in this time it's not so good.
Okay, there are questions from Slido and from the audience, and they actually coincide. So Stan, there, the person raising his hand. I'm not going to give a physical description because that's not the way we work. But
the one with the shiny
I
head.
didn't want to say that, but sorry. But Stan, you have asked interesting questions. Can you bring them forward? I think you've also been working with the projects, no? Some of the projects.
Yeah, so Antwerp is involved in the UVerbox project. We've been nagging Google about implementing the low emission zone into the route planner for a long time. They never comply to it. Finally, they do now. But so that's one of the reasons why we build our own route planner, which is perfect, blah, blah, blah. You have to check it out, Smart Ways to Antwerp. That was the commercial part. But what we also work on is making everything readable and understandable for users. Because if you look at our own low emission zones, and me being a mobility geek, I don't know what Euro image. So it's a big challenge to make it readable, to make it understandable. There's talks about making some zones dynamic based on crowdiness of streets. At a certain moment, we're going to make it so complex for users to understand that they have to break the law to know whether they comply to the rules or not. They're just going to enter. So I think we should not forget those challenges. And well, the question is there, how can we make sure that it's balanced?
Maybe Jayant, can you respond from the perspective of the UVAR exchange work on the signage? And
yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Things are becoming complex, and then there is this dynamicity element that we are seeing, but also there is the possibility to handle that from the technology perspective. There can be solutions which allow for people to dynamically also be aware about the changes that are happening in UARts. So if let's say a repository to some extent of the rules is created and it is possible to dynamically update it and then relay that information to the drivers, then that can be helpful. I am not very technically sound on, on the aspects, but I've heard in the discussions, in some of the discussions, that there are possibilities that can integrate those kind of.
But I think that is the question. It's all digitally possible. I have 7 route planners. I have extra battery to keep my phone alive to get notifications and stuff like that. So, but even for me, if I'm moving around, it shouldn't come to me digitally. I should not be dependable on an app, on in-vehicle communication. That's an added layer. It's a nice layer, but shouldn't be the only one.
Should be complemented, I think, with the road signs aspects as well. So that is what I think Lucy is trying to put into my ear. But yeah, I agree with that, and I'll let her say a few words on that.
Yeah, I'm more involved with the road signs. What we're doing in UVAR Exchange is trying to harmonise the road signs to make it clearer, to make it fewer signs. Please look at the work. Antwerp's brilliant.
Okay, thanks. I would like to turn to Prague again also. Do you recognize the issue of a complicated analog communication of your regulations? Do you get the message across with the signs you have in place?
In my opinion, it's a part of ITS of the city, or we haven't so strong strategy for it, and for example for regulations, because we have let's say low emission zones for trucks for Euro 6, but there is a common system of put some paper on the table or in some office or send. We have, I think, good digitalization of parking enforcement, and we have some telematics, but we still have some projects, but not some direct line for it. So I'm sad about it a bit because there is not so strong line.
Okay, thank you. I would turn to the last question on the Slido, and then I will come back for the final recommendations from the panelists. Question from Sandra Patrick. This is now related to UVARs, but I think it's really also a parking issue. These boundary effects, the fact that if you start regulating one zone, you create a situation, positive or negative, in the zone just adjacent to that zone. Any advice from the parking world on that?
Yeah, that's about the knock-on effects. I think, this is happening in many cities when you broaden the parking, the controlled parking zones. People tend to go just near the controlled parking zones, and then you have to deal with this. So there's cities that then expand the zone or create also an extra residential system for residents. So it's a difference a lot from city to city, but it's a problem where cities have to deal with. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, same for access regulations. Lucy, final comment on that, maybe? Yeah.
It also goes the other way. If people aren't driving in, they're not going on the boundary either. What we found in London was that when we were planning the low emission zone, the outer boundary said, oh my God, we get all the polluted vehicles there. It wasn't the case. The clean vehicles were cleaner driving through. So certainly with Uarts, if you change the mode, the vehicle doesn't stay at the edge. With parking, it's different. But if you do it well, you can get it without the boundary for the Uarts, at least.
Okay, thanks. Just final scan of the room if there are observations or questions. No? Okay, yeah, because we are going into the break. So I would really like to ask you to, each of you, to formulate 2 recommendations. One for your colleagues on the panel and then one for the EU. Who will go first? Who is... Lucy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If I have one ask for the Commission, it's please take the outcomes of the Uvar exchange and let the cities enforce the Uvars. I know it's not always easy, it's not always in your hand, but that would be my if I have one ask, that would be the ask, and you make IRU happy as well.
Lucy is looking somebody in the eyes. It's just that you know no pressure, but there is. Yeah, okay.
We've been asking for it for 20 years. You're the only person who can do it. No pressure. If I'm talking about cities and regions, please do use the Uvar box to digitize your Uvars. Please do that. Give me your card. We'll help you get there. And so again with the Reveal Toolbox, it will be launched 8th and 9th of November. It's really good. It should really help you. Please use it. My second level question.
No, that was 2. Yes. Jayant. Yeah.
Thank you. So my first recommendation, of course, would be to reinforce the authority-centric solution for data sharing. That is something I think relevant, will reduce the amount of registration required by people, and we do realize that these are problems faced by commercial transport as well. But at the same time, I would still insist on complementing the authority-centric data sharing model with the possibility of empowering citizens to also share data, because there's the other side of the coin too, where citizens who are compliant or are having certain exceptions, such as disability, should be able to provide that information freely, and they should be able to showcase that they are compliant. This would ease the burden also on the authority-centric model. So those are the 2 things that I would like to say for the moment.
Okay, thanks. Patrick. Yeah.
I would like to say that notwithstanding that parking policy or parking management is remains a very emotional topic, certainly for politicians, we have developed a magnificent tool, the ParkPad, which can analyze the level of parking in a city, and by which you also can improve your parking management. And please come to our stand and you will get more information. We will go to the market with this tool, so it's open for any city in Europe.
Any special comments for the Commission, for the European Union?
Yeah, I think there's still work to do on the level of national legislation, because like I told, and what we faced also in the problem in the project is that national legislations are often hampering parking management. To give you an example, if there's a regulation that forbids to earmark revenues to sustainable mobility in a city itself, but it goes to the regional or to the national pot or to the general pot in the municipality, then it's difficult. So you have to deal with that, these kind of regulations.
Yeah. Or the national cap on the fine in Germany, for instance?
Yes.
I'll first give the floor to Václav, and Ralika, you have the last word. Yep.
Okay, so my recommendation is based on my speech previously. So marketing is really important topic, because many people don't understand why. Why should I pay something? Why should I couldn't go through the city? Just I want, and so on. So marketing, and for European Union, maybe force a bit more to use parking management and enforcing of parking management and Uarts, because for example in Czech Republic. To have some tolling in the city, it's a bit problematic, because there are so many obstacles about it that it's not useful to have toll. So, for example, implement some European law and transport to our law that it's possible to have toll in the real way.
So any push from the EU level to get the local governments moving to support them in the decision making?
Because I think we need toll. If we want fight with climate change, we need toll in almost every big city, maybe in every big city.
Yeah, that's a very controversial topic. Yes, Raluca.
Concluding remarks.
Last word for you. Yes.
Yes, so I will not repeat anything from what I said, because also I think some of the panel members nicely reiterated some of the conclusions on the legislation aspects. But there is something which hasn't been said until now, and which is very important, both from a EU perspective and city perspective or regional perspective, and that's when city access restrictions are being set, and also on the way to zero-emission vehicles, the whole, let's say, there should be a full picture of the consequences. Vehicles come into the cities. Sometimes they come from long distances, especially commercial vehicles. If we want these vehicles to be zero-emission, because in the future we want these cities to have only, let's say, no combustion engine accessing the city, these vehicles will have to charge somewhere. And at the moment, there is an assumption that the charging of the commercial vehicles only takes place at depots or at the shippers. And that's not the case. Or on the motorways. That's not the case. A lot of the traffic is local and regional, and they will have to charge. So the urban nodes provide a perfect opportunity to charge. So there is the legislative proposals are already there, so it's nothing new that the Commission can do. It's more the Parliament and the Council now that can do that. But we have the TEN-T, the revision of the TEN-T and the AFIR, two pieces of legislation which are complementary to some extent. And they unfortunately do not put a lot of emphasis on the infrastructure charging on the urban nodes. We need that. So the industry needs support, and that's something which is essential. And when the cities set the restrictions and they go towards zero emissions, that should always be in mind. Where should the commercial vehicles charge?
And for that, they also need to talk to your members and have a dialogue about these things. I think that's also important, of course. Next to
about the charging infrastructure.
Yeah, they need
but
to
that's what they are
understand.
telling us.
Yeah.
And the problem is that we have 900,000 small and 900,000 transport operators in the EU. 80% of them are small and medium-sized. So the average size of a truck company is between 1 and 5 vehicles, and the same for the coach companies. They won't have the possibility to build charging infrastructure at their places. And they can't always rely on the shippers or on wherever destinations where they go. So that's a problem which has to be at least considered.
Point taken. I think it's also a reference to the integrated approach, the SUMP integration, but also the looking at the full cycle. Okay.
And
Thank
for
you.
the panel, no, for the panel.
Okay, yes, final one.
The
Yes,
panel.
sorry.
For the panel, it's very simple. Let's say, always take into account that the final vehicle on the street, there is someone on the street, there is a driver there, and they have to be able to make use. There should be no gap between the outcome of any research project and the last driver on the street, or the operator, or the manager of the operations, who should be able to make use of that.
Okay, thank you, Raluca. Please give an applause to the panelists. I would like to conclude with some kind of an analogy, if that's a way to look at it. I've been also discussing access regulations for a while now, and it's a bit like there are people who try to link gastronomic evolution to sociological processes. I'm looking at you, Ralph, might be interesting for you. So there's a stage where society is wondering, do we have stuff to eat? Yeah? And that's the level where we were 20 years ago, I think, like, will we have access regulations? And then there's a stage where we say, what do we eat? And that's the stage, I think, 10 years ago or 15 years ago when we were discussing the nature of the measures. And now we're at the level of which brand of cognac will we use to flavor our raisins in our pancakes. So we have very complex discussions, complex issues to solve. But I think we have to go through with them to answer to the needs of the principal stakeholders, cities and regions, as well as road users, professional or private road users. And we've heard about an immense portfolio of knowledge and of tools that is now set in place to answer to these questions for parking, for access regulations, policies, as well as technology. So I think we have a good starting point for the next decade, or at least the rush towards 2030, when we want to be climate neutral and be better than we are now. I'll leave it at that, and thanks again for joining this session.
May I? Hello, everybody. So I see that now Peter has arrived, so we may start. I hope that you had a nice break. We are at the last session of today, and we have had a heavy agenda. So I hope that you have enjoyed it. I am Isabelle Van Doorn. I am the Deputy Head of Unit in DG Move dealing with research and innovation. And in that unit, I am responsible for urban mobility. And here, in this session, we wanted to discuss with you and to give you information also on one part of the new urban mobility framework, which is a first step towards integrated planning, because you may have understood from different sessions before that we cannot work in silos anymore, and we have the mission, the 100 climate neutral cities mission, and we know that we need to make sure that all our plans are integrated, they make sense, they contribute to each other's goals, and that we do not create an extra burden on the shoulders of the administration, the different departments who have to work hard to make a good plan to achieve our ambitious target. And in the new urban mobility framework that we have adopted last year, we have identified a need to cooperate more with the Covenant of Mayors, the European Covenant of Mayors, to see how we can further integrate our sustainable urban mobility planning approach with the SECAP approach, the energy and climate one. And this session will focus on that. So we have asked the Secretariat of the Covenant of Mayors to come and present the Covenant of Mayors and what they have done in that particular topic. And then we will have presentation from cities to share their own experience with this integration. So I would like to invite my panelists. First, Peter Stalens, Senior Project Coordinator and Team Leader of the Mobility Team in our cities. He will provide us with a presentation of the Covenant of Mayors, so the work of the Covenant of Mayors. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Do you want?
Yeah, I'll take yours. Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Maybe we start, with the Slido, very appropriately. So I see people are already responding. So at least two people know about SAMs and SECAPs. Somehow vaguely. The people that say no, I assume you know SAMs, but you probably don't know SECAPs. So Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plans. Okay, yeah, that's 18 responses. So I feel confident I can go into my presentation. Okay. Do I need to... Good, thanks. So as you can see from the bottom of the slide, my name is not Melin Gonzalez Piloyan. That was my colleague working at Eurocities on the Covenant of Mayors. She was supposed to do the presentation, but due to medical reasons, she could not make it. But I've presented Covenant of Mayors on previous occasions, so I think I should be capable of explaining. Good. So in a nutshell, Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, so two important components, climate and energy. It groups 10,000 cities and towns that work on climate and energy action. It's a very citizen-oriented initiative, and the aim is to achieve, with these cities, climate neutrality as soon as possible, of course, but on the way to 2050. It's also about leaving no one behind. That's the concept of fair transition. And I think I brought that up during the climate neutral cities debate this morning as well. So, and also relevant in the context of SAMs. So these plans need to be addressing the needs of everyone. They need to be inclusive and provide accessible options. So it's not an initiative that stands by itself, so it's EU funded, but it's linked to European and international agreements on climate and energy. There's of course the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At European level, we have the Clean Energy for All package, the EU adaptation strategy, strategies on long-term emission reduction, Europe on the Move and the Clean Mobility package. And there are, well, actually quite some related initiatives like the European Green Deal with the aim to become climate neutral by 2050. And very important, the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy as well. So basically what the Covenant of Mayors tries to achieve is to accelerate decarbonization, improve climate resilience, and alleviate energy poverty. Just to give you a bit of the timeline, so Covenant of Mayors started in 2008. The aim was then to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by 2020. In 2014, the concept of climate adaptation was included. It's not a concept that we don't know within the transport community. We talk a lot about transport resilience, and that's also linked to the aspect of climate adaptation. In 2015, the commitment from the signatories of the Covenant of Mayors was actually increased. So the idea was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. Apart from adaptation, also the dimension of energy poverty was added. So you can see that the ambitions, the objectives are expanding, and it's quite a dynamic developing initiative. In 2016, also important to know, the global dimension of the Covenant was created. So it means that the framework set up in Europe is now being applied by cities and countries outside of Europe. We see the same with European Mobility Week, so I think it shows that as Europeans we have leadership on these domains. That's nice to see. In 2021, the commitments from the signatories and from the initiative as a whole were further renewed. So now, of course, the focus is on achieving climate neutrality by 2050 for all the signatories. And, of course, the elements of adaptation, energy poverty, but also the aspect of just transition have now formed the whole set of objectives of the initiative. Good. This is basically what a commitment requires from a signatory of the covenant. So basically you need to commit to setting the targets. You need to engage local stakeholders, local citizens. It's not only about designing a strategy, it's also about acting, creating measures, implementing measures, and sharing your expertise, your experiences, your best practices with other cities, other signatories, other stakeholders in the network. This visual nicely summarizes what Covenant of Mayors is about, so achieving affordable, secure, and sustainable energy, decarbonized cities, resilient communities, and of course, as mentioned before, the aspect of inclusivity, of fairness are an important underlying factor for the whole Covenant community. And of course, I will give you a very brief introduction. You can find all the details about Covenant of Mayors on the eumayors.eu website. This slide expresses the journey that the cities have to follow when they sign up to the Covenant of Mayors. So first of all, the moment they sign the commitment, they have to set targets within the next 2 years, assess the baseline, how are they doing in terms of emissions, in terms of energy performance, and from that point on, they need to start developing a sustainable energy and climate action plan. And very similar to the sum process, once the plan is there, it's not done. You need to go towards implementation and monitor progress, update your plan, implement, monitor again. So it's the famous planning and implementation cycle. The CCAP, so for the people in the room that did not know, so basically it is a commitment from the cities, the signatories we call them, in which they set mitigation targets, so how targets that they want to achieve in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. For this they have a methodology which they call the baseline emission inventory, which is calculated on in a common approach, so comparable to all the cities involved in the initiative. They also have to formulate their adaptation goals based on a risk and vulnerability assessment. And now, since that energy poverty was added as dimension, they also need to list the actions that they want to undertake to ensure energy poverty. There's a minimum reporting required from each of the signatories, so they need to report progress, and the progress is also critically monitored by external experts. And if you want to have an idea of what a CCAP looks like, you can find, and I also find that a very interesting aspect of Covenant of Mayors, and it doesn't, well, to some extent it exists for sums, but it's the full inventory of all the CCAPs that have been produced by the signatories of Covenant of Mayors. So these are published and they can be consulted on the Covenant of Mayors website. The 3 pillars of the Covenant of Mayors community, well, we have a Civitas community which has similar pillars, but also European Mobility Week has these different layers of involvement. So it starts, of course, with the signatories, so the municipalities, the cities, the towns. They are supported by a range of public authorities at higher level, which provide support, which coordinate amongst the different signatories within their level of competence. And basically, there's also a large group of supporters, national, regional associations, networks, local energy and climate agencies, NGOs, private sector as well, and then a number of supporting institutions and initiatives at European level, which are closely linked to the implementation of the CCAPs and to maintaining the community and establishing connections with relevant other initiatives. So in numbers, it's quite impressive to see the number of signatories that signed up for the Covenant of Mayors, considering the high expectations and the real commitments that are expected. So more than 11,000 signatories. If you will go on the Covenant of Mayors website, you will see that they have listed for each of these signatories a CCAP, so you can consult that publicly. And then, you can see the enormous amount of inhabitants that are represented by the initiative, the number of countries where they are represented, and so on. Recently, of course, there was a kind of change in terms of priorities. The Repower EU package was of course, a very strategic moment for the Covenant of Mayors community to understand, like, how can we speed up together with all the cities in preparing and saving even more energy and reducing energy even more. There's a Covenant of Mayors board which consists of local mayors. They provide more policy inputs and feedback. They responded to the package. And they also provided input for cities and also for the institutions on how to get the Repower EU package delivered and what cities can do at short notice to really prepare literally for the upcoming winter and help them to reduce emissions and energy consumption. This initiative is called the City's Energy Savings Sprint. If you will go on the Covenant of Mayors website, you can see that it also includes a very interesting list of immediate, urgent measures that cities can apply, also in terms of transport, for example. Again, it's about avoiding transport where it's not needed. It's about making the sustainable modes more accessible, more affordable in the short term, creating more opportunities for cycling and walking. We have seen with Corona that was actually possible, and many cities did that. So if you go back home and you want to consider what measures could be taken at short notice to save energy at a local level, you can find them in this Saving Sprint toolkit. And now we get a bit closer to transport in general. So in the Covenant framework, there are these three key elements. You have the mitigation sectors, you have the adaptation framework, and the energy poverty element. We know that transport is a sector that is responsible for quite a substantial share of greenhouse gas emissions. So the percentages you see on the slide are the ones that are analyzed from the CCAPs that are submitted by the Covenant of Mayors signatories. So you can see that private and commercial transport in cities accounts for 19% of emissions. So what are we doing to bring the Civitas and the Covenant of Mayors community closer? So at Eurocities, we are a transversal network. We not only work on mobility, although that's a very nice topic to work on, but so also on energy, on climate, digitalization, social inclusion. We try to bring these elements together. And that's why we also took the initiative within Covenant of Mayors to set up a community of the willing, we called it, because we could see that although we have many Civitas cities that are part of the Covenant of Mayors initiative, more needs to be done to bring the knowledge of the two communities together. And we try to do that now in partnership, for example, with UITP, with Polis, with Ertico, with other organizations as well, to really tap into the knowledge that has been produced by all these organizations, all the EU-funded projects, and not only the knowledge, also the tools as well, and bring this closer to the signatories within the Covenant of Mayors initiative, and try to exploit it better and to create more synergies. And now we come to the essence of the presentation and the bridge to the next presenters and the next discussions. So why would we need harmonization of SUMPs and CCAPs? Isabel, you mentioned it. It's about trying not to duplicate efforts or create even more burden for cities, even more planning strategies for them to apply. But it's about trying to connect the dots between these different planning processes and avoid that the process is not harmonized, that it's based on different visions, different indicators, different assessment methodologies. And I want to highlight one interesting project that already started in 2017, the Simpla project, which we followed very closely, because this really looked into how cities were developing their CCAPs, but also how it was linked to their sustainable urban mobility plans. And basically, from the analysis, it shows that you have 4 different types of cities. So either they don't have a SUMP and a CCAP, or they have one or the other, or they have both, but there's a need to harmonize the plans. And in essence, you recognize the planning cycle as well, a bit compared to the SUMP planning cycle. It's a kind of generic planning cycle, but you can see that it's not something that is radically different. And I'm almost at the end of my presentation, so maybe I went a bit too quick. But one interesting best practice example I want to show, and I'm sure that the cities that will present after me will be able to go a bit in more detail, is the city of Monzon in Spain. And what they did, for example, was they set up a harmonization team that brought the two planning processes together. They looked at what kind of indicators are you applying in the energy and climate team, and how does that correspond to what is being done in the transport team, in the mobility team. Apart from that, they also brought on board experts from other administrations, because it's about, like I mentioned before, it's social inclusion as well. Yeah, it's about safety, accessibility, it's about food, local food production. So all these elements, how do you harmonize that in a context of SUMPs and CCAPs? I will not go into much more detail. I'm there. I just want to advertise one specific deliverable from the Simpla project. It's now also an official ALTIS SUMP guideline. It's very interesting. It shows you how the different steps you can take at the local level to further harmonize the SUMP and the CCAP processes, the steps you need to take, the people you need to bring on board locally, and where you can find further resources to get the job done. And I stop here. I only need to mention that, so we have colleagues from ICLE in the room here as well, who work with us on the implementation of Covenant of Mayors, as well as Energy Cities, which is also an important organization.
Thank you, Peter, for this presentation. I hope that you have enjoyed this presentation. I invite you to go and take a seat, and we will invite the three other panelists, and one of you will start presenting your case. So I would like to invite first Dalila Huklan, International Project Coordinator from Cluj-Napoca. And maybe I invite you to be here. Then we will have, she will need the clicker. Then I would like to invite also Cristina Pellegrini from City of Parma, EU Project Manager. And then I would like to invite Vaclav Novotny, Head of Office of Transport Infrastructure, Institute of Planning and Development of City of Prague. I have forgotten to invite you to post your question on Slido, so you know how we work now. And so we will take your question after the presentations and the little exchange we will have. So if you have questions to Peter, to Christina, and to the other panelists, you are more than welcome. So we will now start with a little round of presentation of what are your experience, what are the let's say, the state of play of your work on this integration of CCAP and SUMP in your city, what you have done, what is your experience. So I give you first the floor.
Yes, thank you, Isabel. I have a short presentation. I will come here. Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me here and to just show you a little bit what Cluj-Napoca is doing in terms of, thank you, in terms of SUMPs and CCAP. Okay. So, early this year, in 2022, we adopted two strategic documents, Integrated Urban Development Strategy for Cluj 2030 and our SUMP. After that, in April, we found out that we are one of the 100 climate neutral cities, and then we realized then that we have to do our CCAP, okay, Sustainable Energy Climate Action Plan Strategy. And because we are also part of the Covenant of Mayors and Eurocities, we took the good example from Monzon, and we understood that we have to harmonize the two of them. And in terms of priority projects, in terms of accessibility, energy, mobility, you can find chapters in our CCAP about that you can find in our SAMP. So we try to harmonize them, of course, with a team of experts from the technical university, from the local ecosystem, from the administration. Okay, I will tell you in short lines a little bit about our goals by 2030. We plan to have 190 hectares new green spaces, to plant 100,000 trees, to install, and we started the process, to install networks of sensors and stations for measuring air, water, and soil quality. And this is one important project for us. 74 kilometers, blue-green corridor of sustainable mobility on the bank of the main river of the city. It will cover 4 communes in the Cluj metropolitan area. You can find these projects in all our strategic documents, and it's a really important one. We have a walkable city investment program. We invested more than 100 million euro and all our European money. And this somehow comprises the 15 minutes concept we all know. We are aiming at that. In terms of sustainable mobility, we aim at having the public transport fleet electric, 100% electric by 2026. Now only 55% of it is electric. Major investment projects, we are now in process of preparing the public procurement for subway, and also we are aiming at constructing and preparing projects for metropolitan train and belt. We have now the metropolitan area of Cluj is growing, it's developing, and then we are, of course, facing the commuters and all the problems you all know. And we also have the strategic partnership with the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca for autonomous and hydrogen buses. Okay. One of the interesting and somehow promoting sustainable mobility, and because we are at Sustainable Urban Mobility Days, I put this on the slides. It's our initiative Green Friday, free public transport on Fridays. We are trying to encourage people to use public transport, alternative modes of transport. And our 3 key factors that helped us with our strategic documents, and we work with following these 3 key factors, universities. We are involving and we are working with the experts at all our projects. We are relying on co-design processes, and we are working with the local ecosystem. And innovation, as Peter mentioned, no one should be left behind, because we really believe that this is a key message that will help us go further and in a sustainable way. Okay, thank you very much. I try to be short.
Thank you very much for this, all this information you have provided about what you do. Maybe may I invite Christina to take the floor now? I will give you my mic, so you will.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cristina Pellegrini, and I'm from the municipality of Parma. And today we will talk about the integrated governance and the harmonization between energy and mobility in our city. So, where is Parma? Parma is in the northern part of Italy, in Emilia-Romagna region. Emilia-Romagna region is one of the, I'm not going to say most richest region, but anyway, a region that is very known for the high quality of life in its cities. It's a medium-sized city of around 200,000 inhabitants. And why are we famous for, at least at national level, I don't know at the international level? Of course, the gastronomy. We are one of the, I think there are around 20 UNESCO creative cities of gastronomy. And we are famous both for the products, Parma's ham, Parmigiano, Parmesan cheese, but also from food processing. For example, Barilla is a company based in Parma. We are famous also for the opera. One of the main opera composer in Parma, Giuseppe Verdi, was born in Parma, and we still have one of the most important opera theater in Italy with festivals. And we are also famous for cycling because all the Emilia-Romagna cities in Emilia-Romagna region have around the 20% of the modal split on cycling, because we are quite small, compact. We are in the middle of the Padana Plain, so we have the perfect urban structure for cycling. And this is the main driving lines of the administration in the last 5 years. Of course, we worked on innovation, on attractivity of the city, and on inclusivity, but most of all on sustainability. And this is what are we going to say today. We are, of course, part of the Covenant of Mayors since 2013. We have a CIAP, a SUNP, a CICAP. Now we are approving the General Urban Plan. And now this is one of the outcomes of the integration of mobility and energy in our city. As you can see, the governmental administration, the governance is divided into 4 main areas, and one is the Parma City of the Future, with encompass departments like mobility, energy, environment, and digital transition. And this is the end, and later on I will talk more about how we arrived to this result. Thank you.
Thank you. So your turn now, Václav. So in few words, tell us also what happens in Prague about this integration of CCATs and SUMs.
In Prague we have also 2 documents separate, but the first one was mobility plan, which was approved in 2019, and now we have also SECAP from 2021. Around these days, we try to update our mobility plan with the thoughts from the SECAP, and the continuity is secured by the same people or some of same people from the work groups, because both mobility plan and SECAP was elaborated by the city, by the work group of the city, members from some organizations on city and city hall and so on, but led by external project manager. But some people are the same, so there is a continuity between these 2 documents. Our SECAP ensure some measures from the mobility plan and add some details to some specific tasks, like, for example, electrification of the mobility sector. So in SECAP we have much more information about chargers for cars, and also bus fleet electrification. So now we try to put it back to the mobility plan, I hope next year, but we have election this week, so we'll see the result.
Thank you. I see, Dalila, that you were nodding. So you also have the same kind of activities for the charging infrastructure in Cluj-Napoca? Or can you share a bit more about this?
Yes, that's why I was nodding. Yeah, we have also this kind of activities, and we aim, as I told you, the electric dimension is really important for us. And yes, we have now 40 electric stations for cars, and we are constructing more, and of course for e-scooters. We were also the first city in Romania that had regulations for e-scooters, so we prepared somehow the ground for this.
Okay, thank you. I understand from the presentation that you are trying to bring the different departments together. Right? It was clear from your presentation, Christina. Can you share already some experience about this grouping of departments?
Yes.
It's okay.
It's okay. We did it with the Simpla project that Peter mentioned before. We were one of the cities involved in this project. This project was founded by the European Commission, Horizon 2020, and was led by an Italian research center, Area Science Park Trieste. We were one of the Italian cities involved, and we have been assisted, thanks to the project, by a consultant, an expert, who led and helped us in all the process, because it took 8 months, I think, to do all the steps of the process that you are able to read on the different guidelines. I think to add to what Peter said, the website is still live. So you can find the guideline Peter mentioned, but a lot of other material also in different languages. Anyway, we had the help of an expert to do all the steps. For example, to have the political commitment, to get also the possibility of creating this interdepartmental group, mobility and energy, to how to involve the stakeholders, because of course the CEAP and the SUMP had their own participation processes, but it was necessary to do something together, and also how to involve all the different people and experts also outside the municipality. At the end of this process, we had an harmonization report with some advices. I wrote down all that we did wrong so that you can be inspired from our mistakes. Anyway, the suggestion was, of course, to have a harmonization of the vision, because as you have seen before, the CEAP was approved in 2013 and the SUMP in 2017. So each one contained a vision, which was slightly or not so slightly different. They also suggested us to work on monitoring, because that was the weakest point, at least for us, because both plans has its own monitoring, its own methodology. The CEAP follows the covenant, the SUMP has another kind of monitoring. So harmonizing also the indicator is very important, and also harmonizing the years. We didn't notice that, but also harmonizing the years of the monitoring is very important, because otherwise you cannot compare anything. And most important, you have to harmonize the projects, because otherwise it's quite difficult. For example, our CEAP, which was approved before the SUNP, didn't take notice about electric mobility, which we know that has a lot of consequences also on energy. And in our CEAP it was not contained. So we didn't have anything in our CEAP also on mobility, active mobility, and also on car sharing and bike sharing, that also have an direct and also indirect consequences on energy. But also on logistics, the CEAP said something, and this SUNP contain other measures, so they have to talk to each other. Anyway, we had this harmonization report containing all these advices, and at the end of Simpla, we also have this thing that the working group, which was created just for this project, for harmonizing the two plans, started working together, because before the energy office was under the public works department. Now we have the energy and mobility department. So I think this could also be a success story of Simpla, that we passed from a group that was created just for a project to a more defined and permanent structure.
Thank you for all this, let's say, experience that you are sharing. Vaclav, I also understand, so Christina was also sharing lessons learned. Do you have lessons learned to share with the audience about also the challenge you have faced in this harmonization process?
I think politicians will be maybe a bit problem, but they sign a convent of mayors, so it could be maybe only about some discussions, but I think it could be hard, for example, about toll in the city or some specific measures, and about financing, because climate resilience is not cheap. So we need some financial resources, and we need to discuss with it. So
thank you. Maybe going a bit forward now. So we have talked already a lot about the mission during the Urban Mobility Days. You are members of one of the, let's say, 100 climate neutral mission cities. I don't know how to place the words. So we will not only do an integration between SECAP and SUM, and we are going further, and you will have to build contracts. So how do you see the interaction, and how do you see the path towards this integrated approach?
We are starting to work on this in these days because, as you know, the European Commission selected the city in April, and now it's time to really start the work ahead. Yes, as you have said, we are not just talking about integration between two planning instruments, but we are talking about a wider integration because we will have to sign a climate city contract with the European Commission, and together with this contract we will have to do another plan, of course, a climate action plan. And this will be quite important, and I think also a bit difficult, because we have all these plans, and every of this plan is saying something, but it's not enough. So we will have to do this action plan, containing measures on energy, mobility, environment, and digital transition, so ICT, and we will have to combine everything together. Of course, another challenge is that, for example, our SECAP, which we approved last year, had the goal of reducing carbon emission, environmental emission in 2030 from a range between the 36 and 53%. Now we have to increase a lot these percentages, so we have to find other measures to be included in this plan, and then we will have to upgrade and update both the SECAP and the SUMP, because of course they will be no longer useful and no longer updated. All this integration will also, of the plans, we will have to work also on the integrated governance, not only at internal level. We are forming right now a working group with people and staff from all these departments. And by now it will be this way, but in a year maybe there will be another department containing all these different offices, because if we want to reach climate neutrality, maybe there is the need of a climate neutrality office. We don't know at the moment, but it is something that we will find out in 1 year. And also we will have to work very closely, as also my other colleagues were saying, with the ecosystem and the stakeholders, because a city, a local authority itself alone, it's not able to reach these ambitious goals. So the governance will be, of course, very important to work on the internal governance, but also on the governance of the city. The private sector must be deeply involved in this challenge, not only with plans, not only with resources, but also they have to share this goal and this ambition with us.
Thank you. Dalila, can you also share your experience and maybe tell us how the EU, the European Commission, can help you to achieve all these objectives?
Yeah, as Christina said, it's a real challenge for us also to do another document, the climate action plan and the investment plan, the two documents needed to sign the climate city contract. So in Cluj-Napoca we set up a group named Cluj 2030, that has more topics: mobility, energy, waste, and of course, New European Bauhaus, and how we in terms of what we do with buildings and so on. And now we want to apply, now I'm telling the secret, we want to apply for the call for pilot cities that Net Zero Cities launched in September 5, I think, and we are preparing also together with this Cluj 2030 group. And if you ask me how EU level helped us, well, if we speak about SAMP, we had Jaspers and their methodology, and it worked extraordinary. A big thank you for their team and all their efforts to help us with the SAMP. And if we speak about the CCAP, we have the Covenant, and thank you very much. So for Cluj-Napoca, it was really helpful to be part of these networks, European networks. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to admit that I have no watch, so maybe I don't know where we are. So I guess that we still have time for questions. So if we can open the Slido. Sorry to surprise you. Okay. Are you able to read the question, dear panelists? We have one first question. What is your vision on the type of energy used for transport on the path to become climate neutral? Should we rely on electricity? Do one of you take the question?
Well, for my experience and what is happening now, relying only on one form is wrong. Of course, electricity, electric e-buses are the future, and in some city already a reality. But for example, we have invested a lot on CNG and on methane buses, and now the prices of methane is it's a lot higher. So it's a bit, it's not a good idea, according to me, to just rely on just one energy source.
Thank you. Can I ask, can I take another question? So I saw the question from Ivo. Is the creation of the documents, do we involve the citizens, and how do we do that?
I was precisely looking at the question. Yes, in Cluj-Napoca we are involving citizens because we have the Civic Imagination and Innovation Center. It's CIC, it's a place where we debate projects, initiatives. Since 2017, when we opened this CIC, we had more than 40 debates, and we had also debates on how we elaborate and what we will have in our integrated urban development plan. We had public debates with the citizen and the experts and representatives from public administration about the elaboration of SAMP. So yes, we involve, in Cluj-Napoca, we involve the citizens. We have this participatory tool, if you want to name it like that. It's a forum where we meet and discuss with the citizens. We launch public invitations on a topic, and we say the next Monday at that hour we meet and discuss, and we are taking into consideration their opinion. Yes, since 2017.
Vaclav, do you have something to share on the two questions we have had?
I'm interested in the question about the competing logistic operators. Super. Because I think it's only the way it's have to some regulations for the city, because it's only the way how to speak with every of them, and how to have logistic service, let's say, more expensive, because today it's cheap, and the cheapest way is to have van with combustion engine. So only the way is to have some regulations in the city which take everybody to one round table, in my opinion. So.
Okay, I see that there is another question for you. Climate resilience requires money, effort, skills. But comparing to rebalancing damages caused by climate change, it is quite low? No.
Yeah, sure. In my opinion, it's obvious that the damages of the climate change is much more higher, but it's really hard to say it to people or to people understand that problem, because they only say or smell some pollutants around them, but CO2 they can't see it. And if you ask a common citizen, maybe you say, oh, so let's plant the trees. It's all of it. But it's not true, and many people, it's really, really hard to convince people that it's the really big problem.
Okay, thank you. I see some question on the SECAP, and there was a question before about will the SECAP be the overarching document. I see another one on, do I understand correctly that the SECAP will replace the SUMP for the 100 climate neutral cities with the SECAP? I see you, Christina, telling me no, but please explain why you say no.
Correctly that the SECAP will replace the SUMP without a SECAP yet? No, I don't think so. I think that the SECAP, this SUNP, will continue to exist. And of course, the actions will be all contained in this climate plan. I don't know if you have other thoughts about it.
I think it can even have a higher degree of complexity, because in the past, when smart cities was still a very trending topic, we know of cities that develop smart city strategies, digitalization strategies, and then for urban logistics there are SULPs. And I think depending on the city and the level of effort they can put into it, the challenges they have, each of these plans have a reason for existing by themselves. But depending on the real ambition of the city, yeah, you will need to compile and recompile and harmonize and synchronize for the specific ambitions, strategies you want to achieve. But it's an interesting question, which super plan will be replacing all the other plans. I also have the feeling that, like you said, you will continue with the SUMP, with the SECAP. You will use it as a basis for your climate neutrality action plan, but it doesn't mean that you will stop further elaborating and improving the other plans. Yeah.
I think we will continue also to monitor the SECAP every 2 years, and I also think that in 2025 we will do another SUNP also if we have a climate action plan, because of course they will have to dialogue all together, but I don't think that for us the climate action plan that we will realize, I hope next year for the 100 city mission, we replace all the other planning documents.
Okay, I see that Dalila, you agreed with this approach.
Yes, but I was precisely thinking about the monitoring phase that is really important, and we are looking also at that in Cluj-Napoca, because now it's nice, we have the plans, we are trying, but what we do exactly, we want to see the data, the numbers in 2 years.
Super. Christina, again, a question for you. So
yes.
You stated that we have a 25 model share of bike. What is your goal for 2030?
Well, actually 20. So not 25, and 25, I think it's actually the goal we have for 2025, which was the end of the SUNP. Of course, going further will be a bit difficult, I think, because we have a critical mass of people that will never stop using the car. And it's difficult to go over 25%, but of course, we will aim to go beyond 25, maybe 30%, I don't know. We will see next year within our climate action plan, which are the realistic targets.
Thank you. Maybe I am coming with my question towards the end of the session. So if you would like to provide 3 points of advice for cities who want to follow in your steps on what to do and what to avoid in the integration process. Maybe Vaclav, you could come start? You wanted, okay. Do you want to reply to, oh, okay. You have not listened to my question. So, give me the 3 points of advice you would give to the cities on what to do and what to avoid in the integration process.
I think definitely it's necessary to have good marketing, because it's a long-term action. So it's really necessary to put their marketing. So it means also participation with the stakeholders and also with the citizens. It's really necessary, and to have the same people in the work groups, in the action groups of both documents. I think it's really necessary to have a continuity.
Thank you. Dalila?
Yes, I think my piece of advice is to rely on the experts, on the specialists, of course, and try, in our case, we did all our strategic documents for Cluj, for Cluj-Napoca, for the city, but for the metropolitan area. It's really important to have an integrated vision. I think it's really important. Thank you.
Christina?
I think it's my first suggestion, and it's break the silos whatever it takes, because it is a nonsense that, at least in our experience, the energy department doesn't talk with the mobility department or the planning department, and that we find all the different things in different plans. It's unbelievable. And something that you shouldn't do is, for the local authorities, think you can do it only yourself. So try to involve stakeholders, citizens, as much as you can. We had an experience with the European project, Ruggedized. We were a fellow city of a smart cities and community project. The lighthouse cities were Rotterdam, Umeå, and Glasgow, and we were fellow cities with Brno, the city of Brno that is hosting us, and Gdansk. And we did a foresight process with fellow cities to have a smart city plan and imagine how the city could be in 2030 as a smart city. And actually, we have an enthusiastic response from our stakeholders. All the workshops were attended from dozen and a lot of different companies and research centers. We signed a smart city protocol with more than 40 entities. So stakeholders are ready to cooperate. They were enthusiastic that a public administration started this kind of process with a real participation process. So don't be afraid, try. And I think that this is the moment that everyone is willing to come on board on climate issues.
Thank you. I have given the floor to the online questions, so maybe if the audience has no questions to the panelists, so it is the time for you to do it. Oh, you are all tired? Thank you. You saved my life. Wait.
Oh, okay, that's okay. It's a simple question. When you are doing the integration process and more actors are like being part of the process for SEIP or SAMP, are you not afraid that it's taking much more longer time to actually implement it? Or have you maybe built up new communication strategies or communication skills or something like this? Yeah, thank you. It's a question for 2 hours.
Okay, difficult to answer. Difficult to answer. Could you share your views, maybe? Okay, so you have no opinion. You have no opinion on it. Wait. The mic is coming back to you.
Well, I know that in Berlin is something that it's taking a lot of time when a lot of authorities have to talk to each other, and it's also like a human problem, like human resources problem. And yeah, this is when they hear the word of integration of more authorities, then it's like half of a heart attack when they have to wait for an answer and so on.
But what I understand from for example, let's say the example of Cristina of Parma, they have brought all of them together in one department with the same boss. I think that it helps. That's my personal view. If I may share the experience of the European Commission, DG Move is contributing to the mission, so we work in a group. So we have different layers of coordination. So we are part of what we call the mission secretariat. We are part of a missions owner group, so we own the baby, we own the mission, we contribute to it. So there are various ways, a creative way to have people working together. And I don't share your view that it takes time, because if you start having this team approach, this team spirit across the department, it can be quick. My colleague, staying in Brussels, is in constant discussion with our colleagues from the different DG, from DG INER, from DG Regio, with DG RTD. So it is possible, I think, to work quickly in an inter-service version. So I think that if you break the silos, I think that you can have an easy process and easy answer to your question. But I don't know, you see, do it again.
No, of course it takes time to integrate and listen to everyone and have come to a solution, hearing 10 people, 20 people, but at least you arrive to a solution that is shared and a shared solution. Otherwise, we have only the energy department solution that maybe can differ from the mobility department solution on the urban planning department solution. So I think that of course, having a department with mobility and energy together helped a lot, for example, for our electric mobility plan. And but even if you are not in the same department, you have to talk with your colleagues, and because climate neutrality and the climate challenge is something that we have mentioned: the energy department, the mobility department, the environmental department, and the ICT, but encompass a lot of other departments. For example, the social department, we didn't talk about or Peter told us something, but it's not a climate transition or an energy transition if it's not a fair transition or just transition. So we will have to break the silos not only between mobility and energy, but between all the other departments and a lot of stakeholders, not only related to mobility and energy, but that are helping us and can help us to reach climate neutrality and willing to do something for sustainability.
I see a question on the energy crisis. Can one of you reply to this question? Dalila, Václav, Cristina?
Because our mobility agency told us that they will have to pay 7 times more for the fuel for the buses. So of course the current energy crisis will create some setbacks in our goals, but we will have to cope it and hope that it lasts not too much.
Dalila, you wanted to add something?
Only something short I want to mention. Yes, of course, this energy crisis is affecting us all. And today, when it's the International Day of Peace, we shouldn't be talking about war at all. Like never.
Thank you. There is a question over there.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, congratulations for what we are doing. But my question is, to what extent the integration of different strategies or visions at local level across different sectors or different, let's say, type of stakeholders is helped how the funds at national level are distributed at local level? So I think the fragmentation of governance is, in fact, everybody follows the money. So how does it help you?
this is a very important question. Together with the other 8 Italian cities, because in Italy 9 cities were selected for the 100 city mission. We have just signed a protocol with the ministry, with the mobility and transport and infrastructure. We not only are 9, we also will be backed from other cities, and I think that there will be the possibility, thanks to the mission, to set up a closer cooperation with the national government also for the structural funds of this 21-27 programming period, and also for the national resilience plan. We hope, at least.
And we also ask member states to set up their national support framework. And Dalila, you want to add something?
Romania somehow is different. 1 month ago, the research ministry, where we received an email, and they launched in Romania the Mirror Mission City Hub. In Romania, we have 3 cities, Cluj-Napoca, Suceava, and the 2nd district of Bucharest in 100 climate mission. And now we have to meet and discuss, I don't know, funding schemes to see exactly what they are proposing. But we have, at the national level, we have this Mirror Mission Cities Hub. And we are trying to see exactly, to talk about the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we are all exhausted, and you have provided a lot of information. So I would like to close the session now. Thank a lot for you, and I invite the audience to thank you also by an applause. I will not dare summarizing what I have learned. I have learned a lot, so I hope that you also learned a lot. And so with this, I would like to close the session and thank you for your attendance until the end of the day. Enjoy your evening in Brno.